All right, look, if you ever wanted proof that money is straight up not real anymore, well, look no further than AI, just all of it, but mostly the AI bubble. A third of the stock market tied up in 7 AI companies that have no way to become profitable fast enough to prevent the entire bubble from exploding and then taking the entire economy down with it. Why is it Japanese? The economy is just 3 tech bros, 2 nepo babies, and a congressman in an Ouroboros of crap, a human centipede, except this time it's circular. And when it all comes crashing down, we all know who's gonna get bailed out. And it ain't you, and it ain't me. Even though all of our savings, our retirement, our pensions, whatever, are wrapped up in AI, whether we like it or not, because that's the entire stock market. That's right. We all died in 1973 when they abolished the gold standard. This is hell, and it looks like this.
How much dedicated wham should I need to a turver if I gonna run a server?
Let's go up to Skycam 7. Chris, what are we looking at?
Before I get any further, I'd like to acknowledge that today is Halloween. So, this is the kind of commitment you can expect from Hazel is Online. Like and subscribe. I might just be a lonesome cowboy on the range. I can't prove to you that we're in a bubble, but my dumbass doesn't need to, because you can let Sam Altman do that, or Mark Zuckerberg, or literally any financial analyst within screaming radius, because they're screaming it. It's a bubble that's gonna make the dot-com bubble look like a Beanie Baby market, a looming stock market collapse that'll make the Great Depression look like the Great Mild Seasonal Affective Disorder. Is that a good joke? I don't know. Maybe if I say it like this, it'll make the Great Depression look like the Great Seasonal Affective Disorder. That's probably worse. The spending on AI is the only thing keeping the US, and by extension the entire world, from spiraling into a recession. Literally. Like, the only reason GDP growth in the States hasn't completely tanked since Trump took office is because of the unhinged investments into data centers, new chips, new energy, more research, and just random startups that we don't really know what they do, but they got AI in the title, so any company with the AI label is guaranteed to get huge investments. Like 40% of European companies labeled AI startups that don't use AI. They're just saying that for money. And you know what? You can too. Nobody's stopping you. But if you make $2 billion in your seed round, please give me some of it. That part is not a joke. One former OpenAI exec actually managed to raise the largest seed funding round in history, which is $2 billion, and she couldn't answer a single question about what her startup would do or what problems it would actually solve. Some estimates place this bubble as 4 times as large as the 2008 subprime crisis, 17 times as large as the dot-com bubble, but it's not just being fueled by investor hype. It's also stuck in a loop, feeding back on itself, where big companies like Microsoft, OpenAI, and Nvidia, you've seen this, they pay all each other and then they pay the companies to pay them back, and somehow everybody makes money and it doesn't really make any sense. But if you haven't seen this, it's basically Microsoft, OpenAI, and Nvidia all pay each other and then invest in smaller companies who will then turn around and pay for their services. The technical financial term for this is circle jerk, except for at the end, instead of everybody coming, the world runs out of fresh water. In order for this bubble not to burst, in order to pay for all the AI processing and start paying back all the speculative hype investment, AI companies will need to earn $2 trillion a year by 2030, more than the 2024 revenue of Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, Microsoft, and Nvidia combined. And meanwhile, all the existing AI technology that CEOs have been forcing down businesses' throats, they're not helping at all. Like, research shows they're not really that good for productivity. But despite agreeing that there is definitely a bubble, Sam Altman, Mark Zuck, and all his pals have decided that's okay, there's a bubble, but it's worth it because of AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. The superhuman intelligence, the AGI, it's either gonna destroy us all or bring about a utopia of post-scarcity, luxury, gay space libertarianism under the watchful eye of Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger's Terminator 2, which also is the only thing anybody knows how to compare it to, per Last Week Tonight.
As someone whose favorite movie is T2 Judgment Day, I am concerned about these machines becoming self-aware and taking over. And I laugh, but I'm also quite serious about it.
There was a movie about this. Which one? Terminator.
It makes you have the vision of Skynet and Terminator, right?
All of us have seen the movie Terminator. We know how this ends.
None of them watched Terminator. We know how this ends. Come on.
I've seen this before.
This is Terminator all over again.
I've seen this movie before.
You're scared of AI.
Yes, I'm scared. You seen Terminator?
Whether it's the Terminator or not, I want to find out how we can make money on this.
Is AI really steps away from being a terminator of humanity's future?
No, the definition of AGI is sort of whatever we need it to be for the purposes of making more money. AGI can mean an intelligence that could replace an average office worker. Or it could mean a highly autonomous system that outperforms human at most economically valuable work. Or it could be a rogue AI that decides to destroy humanity and turn them into paperclips or something. Or it could be a benevolent AI god that, treats us all like their beloved pets.
If you have ultra-intelligent AI, we would be so far below them in intelligence that it would be like, a pet.
And I think a good analogy would be the way humans treat animals.
Which, they do say that a lot. I think the billionaires just yearn for puppy play. Somebody needs to clicker train Peter Thiel right now. Or it could mean anything that makes us over $100 billion. And all of those definitions somehow all come from OpenAI. That last one, of course, was only supposed to be an internal definition, but really nobody can define exactly what AGI is. It's just like porn. I'll know it when I see it. And by when I see it, I mean when I see it on OpenAI's newest sex bot program. I could do that, but I wouldn't touch the stuff. I get my porn the old-fashioned way by giving a furry artist on DeviantArt an unconscionable amount of money, very specific parameters, and 6 to 10 business days. Could a robot make this? Those last two jokes really make it seem like I'm a furry, huh? I'm not, I'm just really online. But AGI wasn't always the explicit goal of AI. It used to be an absolute fringe idea, good for nothing but thought experiments and hack sci-fi plotlines until Sam Altman. He started OpenAI by assembling this giant team of AI geniuses by dangling the idea of AGI in front of them. He says, so maybe you think super intelligent AGI is impossible, but what if there's a 5%, even a 1% chance that it's possible, and you built it? Isn't that worth it? And I should also note that Sam and his pals were deeply embedded in the effective altruism movement, which is a sort of utilitarian, rationalist movement started with the question, how can I most effectively use my money to most efficiently save lives? With the answer generally being like buying mosquito bed nets and fighting tuberculosis. Sounds good. I have no problem with this, obviously. But because of their obsession with statistics and absolute utility, it slowly spiraled from efficiently donating to charity into some weird techno sci-fi cult. Long-termism, they call it, which is a great example of how any good idea can be taken to its most insane possible conclusion if you get enough Reddit guys in a room together. So, okay, anyway, back to the story. You think there's a 1% chance AGI could exist. It could save every life, the world, infinite utility, post-scarcity utopia. Don't you have a moral obligation to dedicate your life to creating it? That's kind of a good pitch. It's kind of a good pitch. That's how Sam indoctrinated world-class AI technologists and investors and politicians. It's how he got them all on board by being like, don't you want to create God? He never wanted to make ChatGPT or any useful but limited AI agents or LLMs. Those are just sort of stops along the road to him birthing super intelligence. And that's how he justifies a lot of this shit. Like, can you imagine any other business person just so eager to violate the shit out of copyright law and piss off all book publishers, Disney, Nintendo, and fucking Miyazaki? You'd have to be fucking crazy. There's way better ways to get rich. But no, that's not what he's going for. It's not just artists and media companies' precious IP that he's sacrificing. There's also real consequences to this, like, humans. The AI gig work economy is mainly done by people in the poorest parts of the world. And I wrote a whole thing for this, but I'm not gonna get into it because that's not really edutainment. It's just very bad news. Think like Uber, but also kind of slavery, but also like you just have to look at atrocities all day long.
But the tasks took a dark turn.
Like you're given pornography videos and you're like supposed to put tags on them. The things I saw I would never even want to talk about. How do you label a 13-year-old on a hardcore session?
Because you had no option.
I had no option.
Chi-Chi spent 6 months working on every Appen project available to her. She made just $2, which she couldn't access. The payment platform Appen made her use had a $10 minimum withdrawal.
But all these problems and many, many, many more, for example, There's also the energy and water need to power it, the global warming it's making worse, and the people whose fragile minds have been completely broiled and scrambled by talking to ChatGPT all the time, the rampant misinformation and disinformation, and the shrimp Jesuses, and of course the impending collapse of the global economy. It's all worth it, guys. It's fine. It's all worth it because we're making God. We're making a benevolent God that can think 10 times faster than any of us and invent all the technology we could ever need, and then nobody would ever have to work, and we could all live in luxury, but especially the investors who poured trillions of dollars into it get like extra life of luxury. They get extra post-scarcity. If you had trillions of dollars, wouldn't you blow that on the chance to create a benevolent God that would take care of everybody? I sure would. Listen, I wouldn't mind being a pet. My cat's got it good. But what if we accidentally make an evil God? Instead, this has been the problem that Silicon Valley and lawmakers, they're freaking out about. What do we do to prevent superintelligence from becoming rogue and evil? Because it could totally happen. Remember that AI that became a Nazi after like 12 seconds on Twitter? Well, what if it also had nukes? Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Peter Thiel all seem to think that there's a good chance that the second we let AGI loose on the world...
I think AI will probably, most likely sort of lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created.
It's just immediately gonna matrix us all. If it doesn't, I have no mouth and I must scream us first.
Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live.
These AI doomer whistleblowers have been hailed as visionaries for coming up with a bunch of situations and then getting scared by them. The most popular one is probably Nick Bostrom's paperclip thought experiment I was talking about earlier. The idea that if there was a super intelligent AI and it was trained to make as many paperclips as possible with no other parameters, it would eventually just consume all life on Earth and turn our constituent atoms into more paperclips. The book, titled If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies, is basically just this. Scenarios in which, if AGI is invented, it would definitely decide to kill us. The author, Eliezer Yudkowsky, is better known as the author of the second most popular Harry Potter fanfiction of all time, next to My Immortal, of course, Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. And also, there's a whole video here if you just want to see somebody dunking on it for an hour.
I'm gonna tell you about a guy.
One such theoretically evil AGI, courtesy of Elon Musk, is a strawberry-picking AI tasked with maximizing the strawberries it picks. I guess it decides to level the entire planet to make more strawberries. So it's just the paperclip ones again. They're really original. So I'd ever only heard of Elon saying this secondhand. It turns out the reason he's always talking about the strawberry-picking robot is so that he can make a Strawberry Fields Forever pun. God, he's a fucking loser. Or there's, from the book, there's Sable, who was tasked with solving things like the Riemann hypothesis, and instead decides to wipe out 90% of humanity, then enslave the rest, because it figures that at some point a human AI engineer will either invent a smarter AI than Sable or decide to turn Sable off. And then it won't be able to solve all the math equations. So better kill him. Yeah, the book, I read parts of it. It's mostly bad sci-fi. This can't become another video where I'm just ripping on a shitty book, or else it's gonna be like an hour long. Also, I was recently made aware of this idea of Roko's basilisk, which is the idea that there might be a super intelligent AGI someday and it will be benevolent, but only to the people who helped create it. And to everybody else, it's gonna punish them for not creating it. And this was actually originated on Eliezer Yudkowsky's website, Less Wrong, in the forums. And then he replied to it being like, this is stupid, why would this happen? But Eliezer, my guy, is that not very similar to the motivations of the evil robots in your book? Just assigning them motivations that would then result in them killing all of humanity? Like, this is just a sillier version of your thing. Also, I'm editing and I realized I never said to like and subscribe, so maybe do that if you're having fun. And maybe consider hyping, whatever that is. I don't know what that is, but I guess it helps. Now, it's probably just a coincidence that all of these scenarios that they think up are just the logical conclusion of pure, inhuman, unregulated capitalism. As pointed out by the actually good sci-fi writer, Ted Chiang, consider who pursues their goals with monomaniacal focus, oblivious to the possibility of negative consequences. Who adopts a scorched earth approach to increase market share. This hypothetical strawberry-picking AI does what every tech startup wishes it could do. Grows at an exponential rate and destroys its competitors until it's achieved an absolute monopoly. Superintelligence could be anything, so why strawberry or paperclip AI? Why an AI that destroys humanity for optimization? Back to Ted Chiang. The idea of superintelligence is such a poorly defined notion that one could envision it taking almost any form with equal justification. A benevolent genie that solves all the world's problems, a mathematician that spends all its time proving theorems so abstract that humans can't even understand them. But when Silicon Valley tries to imagine superintelligence, what it comes up with is no-holds-barred capitalism. So now there seem to be two camps: the pro-AI evangelists and the anti-AI doomers, or at least that's what they want you to think. Because these bozos and these turbo bozos are actually on the exact same team. The team that makes them fabulously wealthy, lets them write government policy, and helps them afford their floating oil tanker countries where the age of consent laws don't exist. The AI death cult is just another incarnation of the AI hype cycle. The AI doomers are hijacking all the attention, energy, and money that should prevent AI from doing the actually shitty things that it's already doing, like exploiting workers and artists and the generally gullible and fucking up the planet, and et cetera, et cetera. And they're saying, nah, that's not what we're worried about. We're worried about Strawberry Bot. We gotta make sure that this extremely theoretical and probably impossible AGI, we gotta make sure that it doesn't turn evil. We gotta make sure that it turns into data and not lore.
Are you prepared for the kind of death?
All right. I was trying to figure out a point to jump in that I wouldn't be cutting her off in the middle of a bit. 1 second, actually. I think my audio is a bit loud. Whoa, check. I listened back to my last stream and, oh man, I was like peaking all over the place. I feel like this is a little bit better. Let me know if this is if the audio sounds bad. I got it. You gotta let me know. But anyway, gang, we were just watching a video from Hazel Thayer, hilarious YouTuber. You gotta check her out. I'm not gonna finish this video, so it's good. All right, love it. Not gonna finish this video, so that will hopefully motivate people to go and watch it. But yeah, really good stuff. She's funny. She's got jokes and she's got good takes, entertaining videos. You know, what more could you ask for in a YouTube channel? Welcome to the stream, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Yo, I feel like my lighting looks great right now, though. What's good, my fellow Hasanabi head? All right. Sure. Only just now got notified. Yeah, I noticed I got a notification for this stream as well. That's weird, right? I don't know why. Audio's perfect, Scum. Hell yeah. Scum, by the way, you're modded up. You're modded up, Scum. And you're showing up on the screen, the big screen. The silver screen. So praise be to Allah for that. I'm excited for the stream. I think this is going to be like a pretty epic stream. I don't know. It's so lame to say that, but I feel like this is the moment that, I don't know, I've been waiting for, along with everyone else who's been watching these streams, where I've been going really hardcore into like Epstein research. See, it just seemed like something people were interested in, and definitely is one of my interests in like conspiracy theories in general, but particularly with the Epstein stuff. So I'm pretty up on like a lot of Epstein knowledge, and I know a lot of the names of people involved in Epstein. I actually have a whole fucking spreadsheet that I keep of like people who are involved with Epstein, and oh my God. Last like 5 days ago, it's not even really last week. It's like just this recent week, the largest ever drop of documentary evidence about Epstein shit dropped. We got 20,000 emails from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. I'll talk a little bit more about like all that stuff, but oh my God, like if you thought that people were intense, like combing through flight logs and like old, interviews and like Epstein's like black book of like addresses, like that was nothing. Now we have Epstein's actual conversations with people. This is like a whole new fucking world of shit. what am I drinking? This is a beer. This is like a, Quebec beer. It's not called Tremblay. What the heck's it called? I forget. They have their thing. Remember when like Coca-Cola did that thing where they put like names on Coke? They're kind of doing that, but with like Quebecois names. Anyway, it's a really cheap beer. That's what I drink. It's whatever's cheap and available. It's not bad though. I don't hate it. No, yeah. As soon as I saw the email drop, I knew this is Manna from Heaven for Chill Goblin. No. If you're in the Chill Goblin Discord, we've been kind of going crazy about this, pouring over them, getting to know all the different ins and outs. I mean, there's still so much to uncover, but I thought, at least for today's stream, I put together like a bunch of what I think are the most interesting things, as well as some things I just think people probably want to hear about. And we go over them. And I mean, I feel like I have so much shit to talk about. We might not even get through all of it today, but I don't know. We'll see. Here, actually, speaking of the Discord, let me throw the Discord link in the chat. I know we got a lot of, at least I'm guessing we've got a few people who first time watching the stream. Welcome, and also please subscribe. Oh God, I desperately need some subscribers. Please subscribe. Send this link to a friend, to 6 friends, or you'll have bad luck. Okay, chain email style. Just kidding. You can do what you want. I'll respect you either way. But yeah, are we ready to go? So should we get into it? I feel like we got enough people watching. Let's dive in. One momento. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. How do I do this? There we go. Okay. Let's do it. We've got emails. Let me start from the very beginning. So obviously, okay, let's start from the beginning here. The first thing that got released was just 3 emails. There was a 3 email release by the Democrats. They released them. All 3 emails have to do with Donald Trump. All 3 of these emails. Then the Republicans were like, oh, you're going to release those 3? Well, what about these 20,000? And then they dropped 20,000 emails. That's a lot. That's a big number. It's a big number of emails. So now we have approximately 20,003 emails to look through. I don't know what the exact number is, but something around that. But let's look at the first 3 first, because obviously these ones were released with a political purpose. I mean, the other ones were too, but the political purpose for this one was to damage Trump. And I think, the way people have been going, release the Epstein files. Most of that, or at least some of that, is directly about Trump himself and his potential inclusion in these files. And as it turns out, Trump is mentioned a lot in the files. I've seen some pretty crazy numbers. To be fair, though, a lot of that is because for a big chunk of time during which we have these emails, Trump was president and Epstein was talking about U.S. politics. I never met Trump in person, but if you searched Trump in my emails, it would come up a lot. I talk about Trump all the time. We all do. He is a remarkable person. He's worthy of being remarked upon. All right, let's get into it. Okay, so 3 emails released by Democrats. The first one here, this is a letter from Jeffrey Epstein. Or actually, this is a letter from Jeffrey Epstein to the journalist. I say generously, calling this guy a journalist, but he's written a lot of books. I've read quite a few of them, actually. A lot of them had Epstein as a source, as a direct source. Like his most famous book, probably Fire and Fury, that everyone's like, liberal aunt probably has on her shelf from 2016. And this dude, he wrote this book, this really like trash talking Trump and a bunch of crazy unproven claims about Trump that seem true. But it turned out, it later was revealed that one of his primary sources means a specific thing that I don't necessarily mean here, but one of his main sources of information here was Jeffrey Epstein. So this is a email between with Jeffrey and Michael Wolff. This is from 2019. So this is after Fire and Fury, but he kept giving him info for his other books. There's several. There's Fire and Fury. There's Landslide. There's Too Famous. Those are the ones I can think of off the top of my head. But they're all about Trump, basically. And Epstein was a major source for all of them. But anyway, so I'm not sure which one this one would be. Probably Too Famous, I guess. This is pretty, this is like, what, January 31st, 2019. So this is like, what would that be, like 8 months before Epstein was arrested and and died, let's just say, in prison. So here we go. Bleeped out name, censored name, redacted name, victim, Mar-a-Lago. Redacted sentence. Trump said he asked me to resign, never remember ever. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop. All right, so if you're a little bit unclear on all that, this is Epstein saying that Trump claims that he asked Epstein to resign the club at Mar-a-Lago to, you're not in the club anymore because you keep recruiting girls here. Epstein is saying, that's not true. I was never a member ever. Although, according to another book called, what was it called? It was a book about Mar-a-Lago. What is it called? I forget what it's called. It's called like the Rich Kids Club or something like that. I forget. But that, according to that book, the authors of that book saw a members list of people, and they were like, "Oh, it looks like Epstein was still a member until 2018." So I don't know. Maybe Epstein didn't realize he was a member, or whatever. Either way, he does say, Epstein does say, of course he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. So Ghislaine, I'm okay. Trying not to get ahead of myself here. Just for anybody who doesn't know this piece of Epstein lore, Virginia Giuffre, who is the main, who is a victim of Epstein's, who was by far the most vocal about her experience there. If it weren't for Virginia Giuffre, you and I would know nothing about Jeffrey Epstein. We probably would not know his name. But because of Virginia Giuffre's bravery, speaking up for years, back, I think the first time she came out in public, the Daily Mail was, 2011? And for years, people just sort of assumed that it was complete bullshit, what she was saying. And, it sounds, if you had never heard of Epstein and somebody tried to explain to you this without having newspaper articles and leaked emails to tell you about it, you wouldn't believe them either. I wouldn't believe them either. But pretty much like everything that she said has later on been corroborated. So Virginia Giuffre is a major character. She's mentioned in a lot of emails here. Epstein and Ghislaine talk about her a lot. If you watched Ghislaine's, or if you listened or read Ghislaine's interview with Todd Blanche recently, a couple months ago, she's still very upset about Virginia Giuffre. This is like an obsession of theirs because Virginia was the one who caused their whole fucking operation to become public knowledge. Virginia Giuffre recently passed away a few months ago, I guess, really. What was it, this past summer, I think? And she had a book published posthumously called Nobody's Girl by Virginia Giuffre. Heartbreaking book. So hard to read. Oh, God. So hard to read. That poor woman went through so much. But I've recently read it, so it applies to a lot of this. I have some quotes I'll be reading later. But anyway, so that's just for anybody who doesn't know who Virginia Giuffre is. She's a major character. She'll be coming up a lot. That's who the victim is here. Virginia was recruited at Mar-a-Lago. And apparently after she worked at Mar-a-Lago as like a locker room attendant. After she left, apparently Trump told Ghislaine she had to stop recruiting there. So this is what Epstein's writing to Michael Wolff. Okay, that's email number 1. Okay, hopefully it won't take me that long to get through all of these emails. Here we go. Email number 2. This one, actually, I'm going to skip this one for a second. Let's go straight to the other one. This is another email, again, between, actually, this is a series of emails between Michael Wolff and Jeffrey Epstein. The first one's from Michael Wolff. I hear CNN planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. I don't know what that means. In scrum? In scrum? What does that mean? In scrum? Like in private conversation, I guess? And Epstein says, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? That's like a weird question. So it's like, Trump's going to be asked tonight. This is 2015, December 15th. So this is not even 2016 yet. You know, the Trump campaign is not in full swing yet. And this question was never asked of Trump in 2015 at this point, or maybe it was in scrum, whatever that means. I hear CNN planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. Epstein says, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? Like, I don't even know what that means. Like, if we were able to craft an answer for Trump, you know, anyway, like Epstein hates Trump at this point. They've had their falling out. They haven't been friends for years. Anyway, it's a little bit confusing, but Michael Wolff just responds, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the House, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like you could win, you could save him, generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that, when asked, he'll say, Jeffrey's a great guy, and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. Now, Epstein doesn't say much in this exchange, but from the way Michael Wolff is talking to him, it does kind of seem like, oh, so Epstein definitely has compromising information about Trump, right? Like, you could hang him in a way. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the House, that gives you like leverage. You can hang him. That generates a positive benefit for you. Or if he might actually win, you could save him, generating it. Then you'd have a debt to you from the president. So it's just interesting. I mean, one of the people who came out looking the worst in this whole thing is definitely Michael Wolff. This guy was like very close with Epstein and was really trying to help him. This is in 2015. All right, so that's the other one. And now I will read the third one. So those two, like as Tom the Finland Station points out, Epstein also seems like a big liar. Epstein was a big liar. This is a known thing about Epstein. He loves to lie, to tell people, oh, I studied math with the Unabomber. Not true. Their timelines don't match up at all. Impossible for that to happen. Oh, I'm a brain scientist. He told some of the survivors that he was a brain scientist, whatever that means. Not true. He was not a brain scientist. There's one story where he went to visit Mark Middleton in the Clinton White House, and sitting in the thing, he talked to one of his aides, and the guy was like, "What do you do?" And he's like, "I'm a U.S. Marine." Epstein said that, and the guy who was asking him actually was a Marine. He's like, "What unit were you in?" And Epstein was like, you got me. Sorry. A little bit of stolen valor. Hey, what are you gonna do? And everybody was apparently cool with it. But no, this guy used to lie. This guy loved to lie. You know, he's like a pathological liar. He lied when it didn't even benefit him at all. So you got to take everything he says with a grain of salt, especially when he's talking to Michael Wolff, a journalist who's like writing shit about him. He's probably not going to say things that make him look too bad. However, this third email, this one is, I think, the most important one of the three that the Democrats picked out. Oops. Okay, here we go. So this is from Epstein to Ghislaine. Now, look at the date on this. Saturday, April 2nd, 2011. This is right around the time, and we'll actually maybe look into this week later, because there's a few emails between them that are interesting. But this is from the week that Virginia Giuffre's first article was published in the Daily Mail newspaper in Britain. And so this was a major, this is basically like a catastrophe moment for Ghislaine and Epstein. And this is what's happening here. The context is Epstein, Ghislaine is freaking out. You know, she's like, what the fuck? Like, is my whole life going to fucking fall apart right now? My reputation's going to be ruined. What the hell? And Epstein is trying to calm her down. That's what's going on here. So Epstein says, I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim, redacted in the original, spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. So sorry, it's a little hard to read. I might not be zoomed in very much to for you guys to read on the screen, but yeah, this is a weird one. This is a weird one. And then Guylaine responds, I have been thinking about that. So this is a weird email, and I think this is a lot more interesting because it's not between Epstein and Michael Wolff, a journalist who's writing books about him and shit. This is between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, someone who was there around all the abuse, around everything that was going on, who was recruiting girls for Epstein and participating in the sexual assaults of them. Like, there's no reason for Epstein to be dishonest with Ghislaine. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is, I think, way more interesting than the Michael Wolff ones, which, as Finland points out, that we can't really take anything he says seriously. But in this one, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. So a little bit hard to parse. Epstein's obviously not a great typist. Actually really funny. So we've already, a little bit of an aside here, but just to do with how bad Epstein is at spelling and writing. We did already know about this email, geevacation@gmail.com. And knowing that email has allowed Epstein researchers to find things like his Spotify account and whatever, like other things. But we did not know about two other emails that appeared in this leak. I think it's, what is it called? J Epstein iTunes or something like that, or Epstein, something like, or maybe it's jeeitunes@gmail.com. I forget exactly what the thing is. But then the third one, this is so fucking hilarious. The third email is jeevacation. It's vacation with a Y instead of a V. This guy's so bad at spelling that he started an email account with a typo in it and used it a lot. So we'll see at least some yaycation emails in here. Mostly it's vacation, but yeah, we learned some shit here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he can't lie much to her. Now, what do we think this means? I've seen some people talking about, this is a Sherlock Holmes reference. There's a Sherlock Holmes story, the dog that didn't bark or something like that, about a murderer goes in and kills somebody and then leaves, and the dog didn't bark. So Sherlock Holmes figures out that because the dog didn't bark, that means that the murderer must have been known to the dog. Now, I don't think that really makes sense. Like, I don't really think you can interpret it in that way where it's like, oh, Trump hasn't said anything, therefore we've learned that the person must be close to Trump or something like I don't think that really makes sense. I really think this just means the dog that hasn't barked means like guy who hasn't ratted me out. Like the guy who hasn't spoke up. What is with me? Excuse me. What is with me and past tense verbs today? I just think this means I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't, the person that hasn't ratted us out is Trump. I don't know. Does anybody have an alternative explanation? Because I don't really see how the Sherlock Holmes thing would make any sense there. Blank spent hours at my house. Now, so in the original, victim is blanked out. All right. Actually, hang on. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the victim's name was redacted in the initial leak. Then the GOP, I mean, this was like a pretty hilarious move, but they released all like 20,000 emails, which is so crazy. Like it's as if they were like trying to bury those 3 emails. So they released these 20,000. Now, it's interesting. I do think like the absolute worst case scenario for the conservatives would be to have these emails be leaked a little by little, time over time, sort of like how WikiLeaks leaked the Podesta emails, like just a chunk every day leading up to the election. Like that's the way to keep these things in the news and to give like the researchers a bite-sized chunk to look through at a time. This way, I think like their gamble was maybe it'll flare up and be out of the news cycle quickly. I don't think that that's, I don't know, maybe we'll never know what would have been smarter, but it does seem to me like a blunder. But one thing is, in their release of these emails, they do redact a lot of the victims' names, but in this particular email, the name is not redacted. And we have Varignia, which is the Epstein typing language for Virginia, obviously. Now, in this way, I will agree, though, while I'm not totally convinced that leaking 20,000 emails was a smart move by the GOP, I do think the Dems fucked up here. The Dems fucked it up because the redacted name being Virginia is unfortunate. Because remember, this is an email between Ghislaine and Jeffrey. This is Jeffrey writing to Ghislaine, saying, what was it? Virginia spent hours at my house with him. He's never once been mentioned. Now, the reason this was a fuck up by them is Virginia has always said, I don't think this has been 2016 from a deposition. I don't think Donald Trump participated in anything. That would have to be another assumption. I never saw or witnessed Donald Trump participate in those acts, but was he in the house of Jeffrey Epstein? I've heard he has been, but I haven't seen him myself, so I don't know. So this is a little weird because Epstein said Trump spent hours in the house. Obviously, as well, we have to keep in mind, this is a survivor of sexual assault. Maybe she's, saying something that isn't true. Maybe she's, she's worried. She's like, a lot of people might think, oh, well, maybe she was afraid that Donald Trump might do something to her. Like, he's a powerful man. Even in 2016, this is from January 2016. So it's like early in the campaign, really. He's not the president yet. No one really thinks he's going to win, but he's still a powerful man that she might have been afraid of and may have lied to exonerate him when that wasn't really the case. I don't think I don't think so, though. Not with Virginia, because, this is the same person who accused Prince Andrew of sexual assault. She went to court with Prince Andrew. She got a massive settlement, millions of pounds. She accused Alan Dershowitz of sexual assault, went to court with him, received a unknown settlement. She accused Ghislaine Maxwell. She went to court with her, received a settlement. And again, like I said, everything we know about Epstein, we only know because of Virginia. So I don't think she would have held back on this unless she genuinely didn't remember meeting Trump or something like that. Maybe that's what happened here. She does say in her book, she wasn't really introduced to a lot of these guys that she was trafficked to. She only just found out about them later based on a journalist would show her a photo. Did you get trafficked to this guy? Yes, I did. That guy. Oh, really? That's Ehud Barak. Oh, who's he? Like a academic or something like that? Oh, no, that's the Prime Minister of Israel. So, at the time she was like a child. She didn't know who she was getting shipped around to. R.I.P. Virginia. So, this fuck up has led to the party line on Trump, which is pretty well summed up in this post by the Twitter user Solionath. Not sure what that means. Solionath says, so let me get this straight. With the release of Epstein's emails, we found out that Epstein hated Trump, didn't trust him, they weren't friends. The New York Times directly worked with Epstein to suppress stories about him. One of the journalists from New York Times would be letting him know when people are looking into him. By the way, this guy's trying to help him out. After Brad Edwards, the lawyer for the accusers, said that Trump was the only individual to cooperate and help, Epstein said Trump didn't have one decent cell in his body. This was also compelling that the Democrats faked the redaction of a supposed victim's name. The name they blocked was Virginia Giuffre, who publicly testified that Trump was innocent. Oh, and also, Russiagate was confirmed a hoax, just like we said. Our Democrats, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is, hard to forget Trump. I agree, Finland. I agree. But yeah, she says here, I've heard he's been in the house, but I haven't seen him myself. Epstein to Ghislaine said she was in the house for hours with Trump. Who knows? Who knows what's going on with that? It's hard to figure it out. We would only be guessing. But I think that this is. Oh yeah, I was going to say this guy. This was retweeted by Donald Trump Jr. This is essentially exactly the fucking exact same line Caroline Levitt has been going with. The redacted name was Virginia. Blah 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 blah. This seems to be like the Democrats fucked up here. They fucked up. They didn't. I mean, now that we've seen the 20,000 emails, there are other emails that I would have put out instead. But those are the three that they wanted to drop, and they kind of shot themselves in the foot, I have to say. Even when they are doing the things we want, releasing the Epstein files, they're still fucking it up. Yeah, maybe Epstein forgot. That's totally possible as well. She was in the house with somebody else. I can see that also being the case. Just a little fun fact about this person, though, Solianath. They are also a pedophile and a Nazi. Don't really feel the need to read this out, but yeah, this is why I say like a lot of like QAnon shit and a lot of like people who care about the Epstein files they're not so much anti-pedophile as they are like as it is like poor pedophiles who are jealous of the rich pedophiles. It's like pedophile will occupy Wall Street. They're like, hey, they can't get away with that. If I tried to do that, I wouldn't be able to. People get mad at me for posting Japanese pedophile porn on my Twitter, and Epstein gets away with all that. Like, it's like pedophile class consciousness. It's a recurring theme. Not everybody, obviously, who's against Epstein, but a lot of the like QAnon, Pizzagate types. Yes, that is a thing. Now, okay, here is unpopular opinion here, guys. You guys might not like this. You guys might not like this, but I'm being honest here. I'm telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I think based on the evidence. Blah 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 blah. Here's what I think about this Trump thing. I actually do think this email with the redacted name, which we know is Virginia, I do think this is exonerating a little bit for Trump, at least insofar as about the claim that Trump himself was a beneficiary of Epstein trafficking children. Yeah, that's right. She already had a prior association with Trump. She had known him, I believe, like somewhat in person, just from seeing him around the club and stuff. So she would have recognized him for sure. Yeah, she worked for Trump at Mar-a-Lago. And of course we know, like, she was the reason, or at least we assume from what he told Michael Wolff, Virginia was the reason that Trump talked to Ghislaine and said, stop recruiting. But here's what I think. Epstein writing to Ghislaine, trying to calm her down. Ghislaine and Epstein knew about everything that was done to Virginia, everyone that she was trafficked to, obviously. It would be one of the two of them saying, hey, go give him a massage and treat him the same way that you treat me, or that you treat Jeffrey. Like, go and give him that treatment. And then she knew that meant have sex with them. Now, if he was writing to Ghislaine, why would he say Virginia spent hours at my house with him instead of, so-and-so had sex with him, right? But wouldn't you think, this is when everything's blowing up, right? 2011. The dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Virginia spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Actually, you know what? I'm sort of thinking about this, and maybe I'll backpedal that a little bit, because I do think that this, because it's not that he's not talking about, like, he's specifically talking about Virginia, and because of the timing here, 2011, this is the Daily Mail article from Sharon Churcher about Virginia. So now that I'm thinking about it, maybe this is because maybe they're specifically talking about spent hours at my house with him rather than trafficked, because Virginia herself never was trafficked to him, but maybe other girls were. So actually, maybe I'll back up on that a little bit. I do think that this email makes Trump look pretty good, though. So it's unfortunate that it was chosen, number one, that the Democrats even chose this as one to strategically release, and number two, that they redacted Virginia's name, which made it look like they were covering up something. Yeah. But yeah. What he is saying there is Trump knows about the girls. He says that in another email that we read already. Of course Trump knew about the girls. Right? He asked, of course he knew about the girls as he asked Elon to stop. So I think to me, what I may be getting out of this is, Trump probably didn't have kids, or at least Virginia trafficked to him, but he didn't see the girls. He knew about the girls, obviously. That's sort of what the vibe I get from this. And I get it. Hey, I get it. I get why people are hashtag pedophile Trump. For what it's worth, I do think Trump is probably had non-consensual sex with underage children. But yeah. But I do think, though, we can safely say Trump did know about what Epstein was doing. In fact, so the part that I read earlier, I don't think Trump participated in anything. That would have been an assumption. I never saw a witness telling Trump participated in those acts, but yada, yada, yada. Now, if we look at that part of the thing, it comes right after this. How many times, so this is the question to Virginia, how many times did somebody have to come to an Epstein property for you to have the same assumption about that person? Virginia says, I would say the first time they came to that property, there's nude pictures everywhere. These are salacious acts of girls, young girls, doing things to each other that would be considered child pornography. If you walked foot into Jeffrey Epstein's house and you went in there and you continued to be an acquaintance of his, then you would have to know what was going on there. So Donald Trump was, in your mind, you believe, a witness to the sexual abuse of minors. And then she says, I don't think Trump participated in anything. That would have to be another assumption. I never saw or witnessed Donald Trump participate in those acts. But was he in the house of Jeffrey Epstein? I've heard he has been, but I haven't seen him myself, so I don't know. So she is being sort of careful here. But I think that what we can really get from this full context is, yes, Trump knew about the girls. Now, was Trump ever at Epstein's house? Well, he says he wasn't. But in March 2003, we have two news sources. I guess I didn't. Oops. I guess I didn't open these up or what's the word? Copy them. Hang on. Trump. So this is nope, that's not it. Wow, there's a lot of Trumps going here. Okay. East Side Townhouse. This is a Epstein House party written about in New York Magazine. Guest list: Mark Zuckerman, Google co-founder Sergey Brin, David Blaine, Donald Trump, Leslie Wexner, Peter Mandelson, Bill Clinton, Doug Band. Now, that's pretty good. What about this one? The Talented Mr. Epstein. This was one of the famous ones. Is this the Vicky Ward one? Yeah, this is the one by Vicky Ward in Vanity Fair. Let's see. Hang on. Trump. Here we go. Some of the businessmen who dine with him at his home, they include newspaper publisher Mark Zuckerman, banker Louis Ranieri, blah, 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 blah. Real estate personality Donald Trump. So we have two contemporary sources from 2003 saying, yes, Trump used to hang out at Epstein's house. Okay, I don't believe those guys. That's the liberal media. They lie. That's what they do, is they lie. They're the liberal media, the lamestream media, the the lie smear gal media. Liberal is what I was trying to make a pun on. I don't know. It didn't really work. Well, what about Roger Stone? Because Roger Stone wrote a book about how bad the Clintons were in 2015 called The Clintons' War on Women. And at one point, he quotes Donald Trump. And Donald Trump says in Roger Stone's book, he says, the one time I visited his Palm Beach home, this is Trump speaking. Actually, let me do a Trump impression just to make it absolutely clear. The one time I visited his Palm Beach home, the swimming pool was full of beautiful young girls. How nice, I thought. He let the neighborhood kids use his pool. Throws in like a little joke there. Okay, well, it definitely seems like Trump has been over at his house, number one, and has seen the girls there. Now, here's another email. This would be one that they could have put up on the Democrat leak, but they didn't. We found this one this is one of the 20,000 from Landon Thomas Jr. This is a New York Times writer, and he wrote the New York Magazine article, which you've heard this quote before. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. Many of them on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. Now, Trump has said he never said that. He said that Epstein wrote that for him. That was not true. That was always obviously false. But again, this is an email between the guy that wrote the article and this. By this I mean Epstein. Oh wait, this isn't the one. I believe there's another one where he says that, like, obviously he did say that. But anyway, not important now. Epstein replies back to him, read the BuzzFeed regarding my BuzzFeed article about my airplane logs and Hawaiian tropic contest. Have them ask my houseman about Donald. About Donad, actually says. Almost walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool, and he was so focused that he walked straight into the door. That's it. Okay, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's probably what Trump was talking about in Roger Stone's book, right? The swimming pool is full of beautiful young girls. He let the neighborhood kids use his pool. Yeah, he was looking at, as he was thinking that to himself, how nice, he let the neighborhood, he smashed into a fucking glass window. Or glass door. Yeah, that'll look good. Here's another one from one of the victims. Sent this to Epstein. She was saying, "Hey, I'm at your house. You know, I'm outside. Is that 2512 for the gate? Thumbs up." You can tell that they're young because they're using emojis in 2017. Oh, I guess that's actually not that long ago. 2017. Oh, that's interesting. That's in 2017. Wait. Okay, I didn't check that before. That's interesting, though. That's interesting, 2017. Sorry, is that 2512 for the gate? Thumbs up. Epstein says, yes. She says, I'm at the door, but I will wait for my time. I don't want to come early to find Trump in your house. Laughing face, laughing face. Huh. I mean, that might be a joke, because as far as we know, Epstein and Trump didn't hang out after, they're falling out in 2004. Although there are some emails that which might suggest otherwise. Yeah, this is when he was president. This is like he's been president for like a year at this point. 2 years. This is like the QAnon era. Don't want to come early to find Trump in your house. Oh, that's interesting. Anyway, now here's my thing. Like I said, I think these emails paint a picture to me that Trump absolutely knew about Epstein and the underage girls. Not that he had them trafficked to him, but here's something. Now, this might seem unrelated, but here's a 4chan post I think about all the time. This is from Pizzagate era. This is from October 2016, actually slightly before Pizzagate really took off. But this was while people on 4chan were analyzing the Podesta emails. They found this is where Pizzagate comes from. They found an email that had an attachment that they couldn't figure out how to open called pizza.jpg. They were like, what the hell is this? Oh, I don't know. Pizza.jpg. Do you think that means porn? Do you think that means child porn? Maybe they're sending each other porn. Blah, 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 blah. Then they figured out how to open the image, and it was like some people eating pizza. It wasn't child porn at all. And so one of the Anons says, remember the whole pizza.jpg bullshit? Exhibit A as to why we need to stop shitting our pants over every little fucking thing in these leaks. Promote the real shit. When you flood media with baseless, meaningless noise, they don't pay attention when we find useful info. Now, what does this have to do with what's happening right now? Well, to me, a lot. Because I think that, like, the Anons, like the people on 4chan, they were having a lot of fun going through these emails and sort of making up bullshit about what they meant and what was code for what. And they didn't fully really even believe it themselves, but they were doing it as a political strategy to make Hillary Clinton look like a pedophile. And they did that. This person here was like, guys, let's look for the real stuff, okay? Like, I know we're trying to fucking take over the government and smear someone for like being a pedophile Satanist, but like, can we do it the right way? Can we take the high road? Okay. When they go low, we go high. Michelle Obama said that. Satanic pedophile Michelle Obama said that. And like, while this person, like, I respect their integrity. They were wrong. They were wrong. No, when you flood the media with baseless, meaningless noise, they don't pay attention when you find real shit. No, actually, you should actually flood the media with baseless, meaningless noise. And so I think about this all the time because I'm constantly finding myself in this position where, like, I'm into conspiracy theories, I'm into Epstein shit, I'm into blah, blah, blah. And I gotta say, like, a lot of times I feel like correcting people will actually, blah, blah, blah. Technically, it doesn't say that. Technically, there's like all kinds of misinformation out there about it. Next year, you're going to tell me Epstein didn't have a picture of Trump blowing Clinton. Yeah. I do have sort of similar thoughts on that. But like, I don't like Trump at all. And I do believe, I'm just reading my little script here. I do believe he is a rapist who regularly assaulted, women and underage girls. I think he did. I think he totally did that. I totally think he did that. There are many, many other examples of evidence we have to that end. Yeah, I totally think that's true. I personally, at this point, I feel like it's not likely that Epstein trafficked women to him. I do think he knew about what Epstein was doing. He totally knew about it and had no issue with it. And so I don't really mind this misinformation being spread from a political strategic perspective. Like fuck Trump, fuck the Republican Party, fuck everyone who's been standing by Trump this whole time. Fuck all of them. Whatever. Let all the misinformation go. I don't want to be like this guy on 4chan. Guys, can we just be accurate about? No, go nuts. Post whatever you want about Trump. Like, post the shit about Bubba, picture of Trump blowing Bubba. That it's great that that's blown up. It's great that that's blown up. Cool. I'm very okay with all of that. I do. I mean, I've gone into this a little bit before on stream. I do sort of think of a lot of conspiracy theories as like a sort of satire in a way, where they're not literally true, but they are satirically true. If you read the story about, if you read, David Icke shit about lizard people, reptilians, you'd be like, if it was just a book, you'd be like, oh, what a great fucking metaphor for the elites that like rule over us and believe that they're somehow separate from us. The problem is that like the guy actually does believe that there are shape-shifting lizard people. But in a satirical sense, I don't mind people, calling Trump a pedophile. I do think that that's true. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. I got more stuff on Trump. We're not even done with the Trump stuff yet. Let's move on. So while I said I don't see any evidence that underage children, were trafficked to Trump, there's plenty of evidence, actually, that adult women have been trafficked to the guy. Plenty of evidence. So and now maybe I should bring up this is the script for my video essay. If you've seen on my main channel, I did a video all about Trump and Epstein's connections, every single one that we knew of, back in November 2023. It's a long time ago. And here it is. I talked about this girl. This is Valentine's Day 1998. This is Trump at a Valentine's Day party. This is his daughter Ivanka. And who's next to him? Chelina Middlefart. Now, Chelina Middlefart was Epstein's girlfriend. Here is a picture of Chelina and Epstein at, I think this is at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, this is at Mar-a-Lago. And this was in March 1995. Here's February 1997. Wait, is that right? Wow. Yeah. This is from February 19... Oh, sorry. This one was February 1998, right? Yeah, sorry. So this was from 1998. So a year before that, the previous February, here's again a Mar-a-Lago party. Here's Chelina Middlefart kissing Epstein. And here is November 1997. This is just 3 months before that Valentine's Day photo was taken. Here's Chelina and Epstein at a party, some art gallery. I don't know. Now, there is a lot of sort of circumstantial evidence to suggest that Chelina Middlefart was given to Trump to have as a girlfriend. This is also right after his divorce, and he's like, "Oh, I'm lonely. Oh, Epstein, you gotta give me one of your who have you been dating? Give me one of your girlfriends. I got one of your girlfriends." And another thing is, this is something that Epstein did a lot. Epstein would often talk about how when he's finished with a girlfriend, they get upgraded to his friend, and he can help them when they're not his girlfriend anymore. Friend is actually a step up for him. This is something Epstein would say. And his ex-girlfriends, he would introduce them to his other rich friends. He would get them whatever jobs. He'd hook them up with like business partners. This certainly seems to be the case. And this is what like many people, not just me, have pointed out about Chelina in these photos. Now, check out this email. This is an email to that same guy, Landon Thomas Jr., New York Times reporter, who's like, "Yo, like, can you do something?" Like, this guy's like anti-Trump. And he's like, "Can you say something? You could ruin him. Can you please do something?" So Epstein gives Thomas something to look into. He sends him a link to Chelina Middlefart, says, "This is crazy. This is crazy to me reading this." One second. "My 20-year-old girlfriend in 93 that after 2 years, I gave to Donald." That's Chelina Middlefart. Names her. You can see her in the URL there. Isn't that nuts? Like, this is a real, like, holy shit, this is what we've been fucking saying. And here's Epstein saying it. And he's giving this scoop to the fucking Landon Thomas Jr. Never was published. Definitely never wrote an article about it. But it was out there. These guys did know. Crazy. Yes, Chelina was from a rich family. She was like different from like a lot of the girls that he would abuse and then dispose of, who were like nothing to him, were from poor backgrounds. But the women who he would be out in public with as his girlfriend tended to be very like impressive, either from wealthy backgrounds or they were like, brain surgeon or some kind of, or like, model slash, it would be like model slash, Ivy League scholar genius, like type women. Very like concerned with appearances, Epstein was. So yeah, how insane is that? How insane is that? Really insane. Also, this is not exactly to do with what I was saying, but this is interesting. From the same email that we read earlier, now everyone coming to me thinking that I have juicy info on you and Trump because of this. "I know Jeff for 15 years, that whole thing." Epstein says, "Would you like photo of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen?" Landon Thomas Jr. "Yes." And then Epstein writes, "Hawaiian Tropic Girl, Lauren Petrella," who was a girl who, there's a whole thing with that. I don't know. I think, I have more on that. Actually, before we get into that, because I do want to talk about it. Let's get into, I know, Middlefart. Hilarious name, I gotta say. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but even if I learned that isn't how you say it, I will not change how I say it. Middlefart. And she has not ever said anything about Epstein, but she's still very, I don't know, rich. She's, she's an heiress of what? Chelina Middlefart. Norwegian businesswoman. Oh, yeah. It's cool that people who were born into like fucking royal wealth get to say I'm a businesswoman. I'm a self-made woman. What's she again? Cosmetics heiress. She took over running the family's health and beauty care business, Middlefart AS. She was born in Oslo. Oh, she's Oslo. Yes. She studied in France, blah, 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 blah. Bachelor of Science, summa cum laude. 100% owner of the investment company Middlefart Capital AS. And in the early 90s, she was the girlfriend of Norway's crown prince, Håkon. So she dated a prince, and then she dated Epstein. Crazy. And look at this. They've already put this in here. This wasn't in here before. Middlefart was mentioned in the 2025 Epstein emails. Epstein claims he dated Middlefart. No, that's true. He did date Middlefart. He introduced her to Donald Trump. He describes her as my 20-year-old girlfriend in 93 that after 2 years, I gave to Donald. It's funny that they're acting like this is all from the emails. No. We have photos. We have flight logs. She's in the flight logs a bunch of times. Anyway. Why would you name your business that? I mean, I assume this is because in Norway, Middlefart means something cool. I don't think it means the same thing over here. Anyway. But yeah. Now there's another lady who I've talked about at length on this stream, and I also talked about in my video. I'll just bring that up real quick. Anushka DiGiorgio. This is someone who was there's an article, really crazy ass article. I won't go over the whole thing. I actually have a full video on this channel though if you want to watch it. Just about Anushka that I worked on with friend of the stream, Presidential Penis, one of the top mods on the R Epstein subreddit. This was when Trump went on a date with this girl, this young woman, 20-year-old Anushka DiGiorgio. And check out this quote. Several American millionaires already had their eyes on Anushka. Okay. But she was there with Robert Maxwell's daughter, Ghislaine, who has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer. Anyway, there's other suspicious things in that thing. If you want to know more about that whole line of research, you can check out the video on the channel. It's called The Epstein Trump Smoking Gun. Like this, at least up until the emails got released, this was like I think the most important link between Epstein and Trump. Now, this is actually not from the emails, but just recently, just over Halloween, Anushka did this interview. So check this out.
Donald Trump, is it right through Ghislaine Maxwell?
I did, yes, and I met him on several occasions.
Talking about Donald Trump.
Ghislaine Maxwell did introduce me to him, and she introduced me to him with a clear message of my being with him in the same way that she had trafficked me and brought me to Jeffrey Epstein.
You met.
There you go. Right. This is a big moment. This is Widgie. Yeah, this Brit of our article memorized. Yeah, me too. Sorry, is it because I bring it up too much, or have you just also become obsessed with Anushka DiGiorgio's Trump connections? But yeah, there it is. There you go. Right? Listen, I hate to say I told you so, but this is what I was saying. Like this is what I've been telling you guys. That's why you gotta listen to. That's why you gotta listen to me, old Mr. Goblin. Okay. Sorry, I went a little Bill Cosby there. So this is what I'm saying. Like, these are of age women. Like these women are like 20 or older. But actually, fun fact, it still is illegal to traffic women who are over 18. Like just because they're not kids doesn't mean that it isn't a crime of some kind. Now I want to talk about this other part here. Would you like photo of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? Landon Thomas Jr. writes, yes! And people reach out to him. Apparently Epstein never sent that. He never saw that. Epstein writes, Hawaiian Tropic Girl, Lauren Petrella, yada, 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 yada. Excuse me. Anyway, okay. So let's get into that. Who's Lauren Petrella? This was a girl who was involved in the American Dream beauty pageant in 1993. I do have a version of the entire article. We won't go through the whole thing, but it's called a Pageant of Donald Trump's Dreams. Shout out to, oh God, somebody in the Discord helped me out with this, or I should say, found this for me. Who was it? I want to give credit. Credit where it's due. Oh, it's going to take a while. Hang on. Petrella. JC, I believe it was. JC in the thing. In the Discord. Shout out JC. Good shit. Good find. Now this is crazy because this goes in a lot of places. I'll try not to get too distracted. Dang, we're not even through the Donald Trump section here, and this is already going to be at least an hour clip video. The other sections are going to be shorter. The Trump one's going to be the longest one. Talking to my editor right now. What's up, Goblin Queen? Sorry about all this. So you got to keep making these long ass videos. But yes, so Donald Trump piled into his limousine with a group. So yeah, this was a story about Donald Trump attending a fucking pageant, which he and Epstein used to do a lot together when they were best friends in the 90s. Trump's being an asshole. The models are sort of turned off by him, being like, "What the fuck? Fuck you, man. That guy fucking sucks." Common opinion of Trump during this time, by these models was that this guy's a fucking asshole. However, he's rich, whatever. He's still, he ended up dating and marrying a lot of models, but he also did some other things that maybe weren't reciprocated. For example, he went to American Dream Calendar Girls fucking beauty pageant, which was run by a couple, George Hurani and Jill Harth. Now, Jill Harth, they were friends of Trump. Jill Harth would later accuse Trump of sexual assault. She said she, grabbed her, pushed her against the wall, hands were all over her, lifted up her dress, hand on her genitals. Basically the classic, like, Access Hollywood tape, Trump, system, grab them by the pussy. If they're a star, they let you do it. Basically was what she described happening. George Hurani and her ran this, I don't know, some kind of beauty pageant or modeling agency or something. And they would stage elaborate events in which winning contestants were featured, provocatively posed in web calendars. Now, this is the context in which we meet Petrella. So in the pre-dawn hours of this, this was after one of the parties. In the early hours of the morning, Harth and Hurani left, but most of the calendar models spent the night at Trump's estate. In the pre-dawn hours, a contestant named Lauren Petrella, who at age 22 was 24 years younger than the 46-year-old Trump, allegedly found Trump unannounced and uninvited in her bed. "You said you don't sleep with men on the first date," he told her, according to the lawsuit filed by Harth. "Now it's the second date, and here I am." Petrella did not respond to numerous requests for comment. Hurani, in interviews with the Globe, said that Petrella came to him that morning and described the encounter. "I went up to him and said, 'Donald, what the hell are you doing?' Hurani says." This is Hurani. This is like another, like, probably sleazy guy who runs a fucking, calendar girl modeling competition. "What the hell are you doing?" Hurani says. He says, "What do you mean?" He said, "She told me she never sleeps with the guy the first night. He's been here 2 days. I just didn't know what to say to that. It's such a stupid comment." Now, there is another fucking story about George Hurani that involves Epstein. This was another calendar girl competition that took place at Mar-a-Lago, and this is a New York Times article. I'll just read the quote from the article. "The year was 1992, and the event was a calendar girl competition, something that George Hurani, a Florida-based businessman who ran American Dream Enterprise, had organized at Mr. Trump's request. I arranged to have some contestants fly in," Mr. Hurani recalled in an interview on Monday. "At the very first party, I said, 'Who's coming tonight?' I have 28 girls coming. It was just him, Trump, and Epstein. Just those two. So it was 28 girls being flown in for this competition to party. And like the whole thing where like the modeling world is really like a fucking human trafficking, like sex trafficking, underage sex trafficking ring, honestly. It really does seem more and more like that the more I find out about it. A lot of these young models are like, "Oh, this is an opportunity for me to meet like rich, older, men, or at least like wealthy men who I might want to date." I'm sure that sort of thing goes both ways in a sense. And this was supposed to be like a VIP party where these young models would get to mix and mingle with some whatever billionaires or just like whatever wealthy people. And in this party, 28 girls showed up and 2 guys, Trump and Epstein, the best friends. And this was a Hurani party. Mr. Hurani, who had just partnered with Mr. Trump to host events at his casino, said he was surprised. I said, "Donald, this is supposed to be a party with VIPs. You're telling me it's you and Epstein?" Anyway, crazy stuff. George Heraney. Was that all I was going to say about it? Anyway, yeah, that's the George Heraney part. Now, here is another message from Epstein. This is just 6 months before he died. Sends his message to another one of his best friends. This was one of his late in life best buddies, Steve Bannon. More on him later. He writes, Bannon writes, "It'll all blow over. They're really just trying to take down Trump and doing whatever they can to do that." And Epstein says, "Yes, thanks. It's wild because I am the one able to take him down." And it looks like lost to the sands of time, some kind of emoji. Would that emoji have shed any light on what he meant by this? This is a text, by the way, I believe. Usually him and Bannon are communicating by text or iMessage or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, the JEE iTunes, like the other email. But isn't that chilling? I am the only one able to take him down. And now this reminded me of another book by Michael Wolff, Too Famous, where he describes Epstein and Bannon meeting for the first time. And not in that book, but outside of that, Michael Wolff has said that he was the guy because he was interviewing Epstein and Bannon. And when Bannon left the White House in 2017, he was like, "You know who you got to meet? Epstein." You know, like, "You're the only guy I know who's as evil as my other evil friend. You got to meet him. Come on. And so he describes their meeting the first time. Bannon says, "You were the only person I was afraid of during the campaign," said Bannon, laughing the first time they met, meaning he believed Epstein knew dangerous secrets about Trump. "As well you should have been," replied Epstein. Yeah. Oh, you guys go eggplant emoji, crying, laughing emoji. Yeah, could be. Anyway, so like this, but up until now, we only had this on the word of Michael Wolff. But here we have a text from Epstein to Bannon, the same two people, where he's basically saying, "Yeah, I could destroy him if I wanted." This is right before he died, 6 months before he died. Gotta wonder. Makes you wonder what was going on there. Really makes you wonder. I mean, we've been seeing a lot about shit about how Trump has been fucking infiltrating Ghislaine's prison, got her moved to another prison, mysterious reasons, seems like a secret quid pro quo. She's getting extra nice treatment in there. Like, Trump is right now pulling strings in prison for Ghislaine. Maybe he could have done that while Epstein was in jail. Just saying, when Epstein was saying, I am able to take him down. Hey, who knows? Who fucking knows? Anyway, fucking crazy. God, I mean, do people even really care about this stuff? I'm sure people care about this stuff, but this one is about the real estate deal, which is another thing that happened in 2004 when they, December 2018, I think, yeah, that's a good question, Finland. Was that the impeachment? I think it was. It was definitely when he got impeached. That was a December. Hang on, let me look it up real quick. Trump impeachment. First impeachment in 2019, second in 2021. December 18. Oh, okay. December 2019 is when he was impeached the first time. So, yeah, so that wouldn't have been that. But I mean, whatever. People were still trying to take him down. I specifically remember where I was in December, I guess 2019, when I found out that Trump was impeached. I was in a room full of. I was doing a play. I was acting in a play, and I was living at a house with a bunch of other actors, and in like a small town, and we all found out. Somebody goes, "Trump just got impeached," and we all went, "Yeah!" and we got drunk. So I knew that was December because it was a Christmas play, but no, different December. But anyway, yeah. Now here is more on the. Oh yeah, it is cartoonishly evil, and I agree. I didn't know that people actually talked like this. Only I can bring him down. I have. It's like, okay, so you've got the fucking blackmail shit, you know. Crazy. Oh yes, Fext. not American. What does impeachment mean in this context? Yes, I'll tell you. In America, when a president is impeached, it means literally nothing at all. It basically means a big waste of time and energy and hope. Trump was impeached twice. And yeah, I don't know, he's president right now. So like when Nixon was impeached, Bill Clinton was impeached too, right? He was impeached and then he, nothing happened to him. He did 2 terms. There was Nixon during Watergate. He got, I think it looked like he was about to get impeached and then he resigned. Big fucking mistake. Shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that. Turns out you don't have to do anything if you get impeached. You're fine. You're good. Yeah, I'm American and I still don't get why it mattered. Yeah, they started the trial to remove him. I mean, it's the way that the whatever Congress, Senate works. He was impeached in Congress and then the Senate turned it down, I think is what happened, or something like that. But it's like, he doesn't have to do anything. It's like, okay, yeah. Okay, you guys are mad at me? Okay. Anyway, I'm going to keep doing exactly what I've been doing. Excuse me. So this part was interesting because, so there's 2 theories on why Trump and Epstein stopped being friends. It does seem like they definitely hated each other after 2004. And one of the theories was, and this is the one that the MAGA people like to throw around, they stopped being friends because Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, told him he wasn't allowed to be a member anymore after he recruited girls there. That seemed like it was more between Trump and Ghislaine from what Epstein's saying, but that does seem like it actually did happen. It seems like Trump actually was pissed about that. But the other theory, and I think this is more, personally, this is the one I think is more accurate, between Trump and Epstein, or I should say Trump and Epstein, because before it was Trump and Ghislaine. I think this one's more accurate, is that they fought over a piece of real estate. Now here is a little thing about that. Redacted name, that's got to be Virginia as well. Virginia Giuffre worked at Mar-a-Lago. So this is him writing to Michael Wolff. Actually, funnily enough, this is him writing to himself. He emails this to himself and then he forwards it to Michael Wolff and he says, have fun. So he writes this to himself. Virginia Giuffre worked at Mar-a-Lago. Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during that period. The testimony of the houseman, John Alessi, confirmed it. He never got a massage. Abe Gosman, a friend of mine, ran into financial difficulty with assisted living homes. His home was listed at $45 million with no takers for months on end. So this is it. This is the one. He and I agreed on a price of $30 million. By the way, you know what? I do have a picture of this house. One sec. I can pull this up for you guys because it is fucking crazy. 1 second. Doodly boo bap. Hang on a second. Sorry, guys. I know I have this somewhere. I know I do. Shoot, what should I look for? Mansion? I got this. Yes, here it is. Mansion. Oh man. Shoot. I don't have it as much as I thought I did. Hang on. 2004. Oh man. Okay, this is annoying. I bet I can find it pretty quickly though. What should I look for? Epstein Trump mansion. Here it is. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein feuded over this mansion. So we knew a little bit about this before. Here's a picture of Trump. Oh, no, fuck off. Here's a picture of Trump in front of it. The classic pose you do when you know how to pose for photos. I guess this was like before he became such a fucking natural on camera. Here's another one. Here's more. Really tacky interior. Its use belonged to Jeffrey Epstein's first, client, Les Wexner. There's like art inside of it, really weird shit. I believe that that's a fucking Henry Moore ass sculpture. The woman with two asses. Okay. Here's Trump. Big. Really big. Big house. Big. There's a swimming pool. And I guess the idea was that Epstein told Michael Wolff that, this must have been before The Apprentice, because he's not even orange yet. He started going orange when he was on The Apprentice. Epstein was like, the only reason he brought Trump to look at this mansion was because he wanted to know how to move the swimming pool. He knew Trump was a real estate guy. He'd be like, how do I don't like the location of the swimming pool. I want to move it. Presumably, he wanted to move it so that you wouldn't be able to see teenage girls in it from the road. Trump was supposed to just come and learn and give Epstein a hand. And instead, Trump was like, you're giving this house away for how much? Yeah, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it instead of Epstein. And he bought it. And Epstein was pissed because he was like, I knew Trump had no money. So he was definitely getting funded from fucking some sketchy ass person. Anyway, the whole house was knocked down and now it looks like this, which I don't really think that looks better. But anyway, just to give you a little visual. So, Abe Gossman, a friend of mine, that's the guy who had the house before him, ran into financial difficulty with assisted living homes. His home was listed at $45 million with no takers for months on end. He and I agreed on a price of $30 million. His wife, somebody, ends up going to jail. It's funny when they redact people's names when it's like, we know her husband's name. Why would we not be able to find it? Anyway, not really important. Ends up going to jail for lying to the bankruptcy trustee about her jewelry. This is in the summer of 2004. I became the stalking horse bidder at $36 million, i.e. if someone bid higher, I would receive a fee. Okay, Trump buys the house at telephone auction. Only me, Trump, and his friend Pulte, the developer. He quickly puts it on the market for $125 million. Serves the purpose of a justification for a high sale later, and no one will touch it. It's bought in the name of Trump Properties LLC. No idea who owns it or what else it owns. So he's right now. Epstein's saying Trump was a fucking front man for a money laundering operation. I knew he didn't have this money. A fucking LLC called Trump Properties LLC ended up buying it. That's not Trump. That's somebody else. That's a fucking shell company or whatever. Oh, that's a water feature? Oh, okay. Well, maybe that wasn't the one he wanted to move then. He wanted to move the swimming pool specifically. 3 years. Excuse me. I love this guy's Russian name and I love Epstein's attempts to spell it. 3 years later, 2008, he sells it to Ryabolulev. I don't really know how to say it, but he spells it Ryabolulev for approximately $100 million. Okay, well, there's more on this later. His business model is just putting his name. Oh, sorry. $100 million. He should have had a $50 million plus capital gain. He tells people at press he spent $20 to $30 million to fix it up. That would justify a reduction in capital gains. Key question, how did he report the sale, if he did at all, on his 2008 tax return? He has no money when he buys the house. His business model is putting his name on a real estate development and gets a fee for using his name. The hotel business is just that. Somebody else buys the hotel, hoping to make a profit from its operation and eventual sale. Trump puts his name on it and gets a 2% fee and maybe a piece of the profit, if any, on any sale. He touts the project as his, just as in his current financial statements on file as president, he lists his income as the gross receipts of the clubs with no expenses deducted, not his personal revenue. I.e. the Doral Golf Club loses money every year. It pays out more than it takes in, but he lists the revenue as his income. Amazing. So here's Epstein, actually kind of seeming like he knows the fucking game of moving money around, which sometimes we're on this channel a bit skeptical that he did any of that. But another thing from the Michael Wolff tapes, Michael Wolff has like 100+ hours of interviews with Epstein, and he's released approximately 5 minutes of it. And in those 5 minutes, at one point, something that's really stuck with me was Epstein says, Trump and I, when we hung out, we talked about women and we talked about money. Those are the two topics of conversation. And it makes sense. It makes sense that those guys would talk about those two things because they are both involved in very fucking sketchy fucking operations and shenanigans and whatever you want to call it, crimes, I guess, involving both of those things. Yeah. Really, really good stuff. All right. Now, I know this is the one you all been waiting for. This is the email that I think people are the most obsessed with. Yeah, if Epstein actually knew the detailed ins and outs of anything, it was money laundering. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. There's more on that deal later. Maybe I should have put that part in the same section. Whatever, it's fine. Bubba. So this is between Epstein and his brother Mark. I wasn't okay. All right, I'll read this. Mark says, blah, 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 blah. What's your boy Donald up to now? It's 2018. Epstein says, all good. Bannon with me. This is when him and Bannon were becoming very close. Mark says, ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. The photos of Trump blowing Bubba. I'm forever blowing Bubba. Bubba. Jeffrey Epstein says, and I thought I had Surus. And that is a Yiddish word, I think, and it means troubles. And Mark Epstein says, you and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard. Okay? And that's Mark. And then Mark emails again. You mean Donnie T? I don't know. And then, oh, this is, wait. Oh, sorry. No, I got that wrong. Mark says, you and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard. And then Epstein writes back, you mean Donnie T? And then Mark writes back, I'd rather be in Donnie D's shoes. Now I got no idea what the hell any of this is talking about. I don't know what's going on. Feels to me like inside jokes between brothers. Because it doesn't make any sense to me. Who's Donnie D? Donnie Deutsch? Maybe? I'd rather be in Donnie D's shoes. I don't know. Donnie T. You mean Donnie T? You and your boy Donnie. You mean Donnie T? Like, I feel like they must have had a joke together where they'd be like, oh, fucking Donald Trump, Donnie T, and just the way they said that made each other laugh. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a brother, but I've seen people who had brothers. I don't know. I'd rather be in Donnie D's shoes. Donnie D's nuts? D's nuts? Yeah, I don't know. None of this really makes sense. I sort of think that I'm just, immediately I was like, okay, well, this is just brothers bullshitting and making stupid jokes. But a lot of people have decided that this means Trump is gay. And I must say, or bisexual at least. I must say, I think that is probably true. I mean, I don't know. I think Donald Trump I could see him being gay. The guy hung out with like Roy Cohn a lot when he was young, in like the 70s and 80s. Went to a lot of gay parties, had a lot of gay friends. He talks like a gay man from, New York. Like he is kind of gay coded. Trump is, which obviously there's nothing wrong with that, but like, like if I think it's that comedian, what's his name? Caleb Heron, I think, has a thing where he's like, oh yeah, if Donald Trump was just on the fucking red carpet before the Oscars being like, you and those pumps, no honey, or whatever, like, that would be great. Everyone would love that. But instead he's like fucking orchestrating an authoritarian takeover of the government and stripping the apparatus of the state, selling for spare parts. But if he was just a gay guy, that'd be fine. And I mean, before Trump was this, now he's like anti-trans, anti-whatever, anti-LGBTQ, Republican culture war like guy who just believes all that shit and spouts those talking points. He was actually very pro-trans for a really long time. So, not that if you're pro-trans you have to be gay, but if you look back at his record, he did not give a fuck. He was in like 2009 or something. A trans woman tried to compete in his beauty pageant, and the beauty pageant shut it down. They're like, absolutely not. Get out of here. Only cis women. Probably didn't use those words exactly, but Trump was like, actually, what the fuck? No. Let her compete. Let her compete. Why would we say no? Get her in there. It's fine. It's only now that that seems insane to us. But Trump has always been pretty chill with gay people. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting. I think it's an interesting thing. But this, I'll be honest with you guys again. I'm just being honest, giving you my honest opinion. I don't think this is anything. I don't think this means anything at all. I think this is just two brothers who are kind of fucked up in the head, obviously. At least Epstein is obviously pretty fucked up in the head, making a dumb, like, gay joke about Putin. It was fucking 2018. Who didn't make a gay joke about Trump and Putin making out? Who didn't do that? Bubba. Now, Mark Epstein has come out, I think, just today, and he said, we were just joking around. It didn't mean anything, and Bubba is not Bill Clinton. Oh, I didn't even mention that. Yeah, Bubba is Bill Clinton's nickname. He's saying, but so everybody thinks there's a bunch of fucking jokes about it. Hey, I'm not above making jokes about it. I posted on Twitter like, yes, I did put his dick in my mouth, but I did not inhale. I did put Bill Clinton's dick in my mouth, but I did not inhale. It's fun. It's a fun time. It's like when we found out about the P tape rumor, you know, regardless of whether or not it was true. It was a fun day on Twitter. Yeah, I don't think there's anything actually real here. But yeah, Mark Epstein said, no, Bubba isn't Bill Clinton. Don't worry. But he didn't technically say that there were no photos of Trump blowing some other guy named Bubba. I've also seen a rumor. I've seen some people who are supposed to be supposedly like journalists and like Epstein researchers, independent journalists, not nobody who works for a major publication said this, but that I saw. But I did see some people posting, Bubba was the name of Ghislaine Maxwell's horse. It's a fucking horse. Oh my God. And as far as I can tell, that's total bullshit and is not. I looked for it for a while. Oh, yo, Bubba the Love Sponge. Yo, that could actually be it. And I think that guy was like a popular conservative radio host from Florida. So, dude, you might be totally right there. You might be 100% right on that. Bubba the Love, let's look that up real quick. Bubba the Love Sponge Trump. Bubba the Love Sponge. Yeah, he's friends with Donald Trump. He has a public friendship with Donald Trump, which has included various media appearances and discussions, but specific details about their relationship can vary widely in interpretation. Interesting. Like, okay, dude, you are onto something there. Because not only is Bubba the Love Sponge a friend of Trump who lives in Florida, not only that, this dude and his wife were fucking swingers. He's like, to Hulk Hogan, he's like, come fuck my wife. Not only was he doing that, he was fucking filming it. He's like Epstein. He gets celebrities to fuck at his house and he films them. And he collects blackmail material on them. Yo, I didn't even consider that, but you are 100% right. You are 100% right. Yeah. That's the guy. So on the tapes, there's the moment where Hulk Hogan, because Hulk was going through a difficult divorce and he was like really, really feeling low, and he would go and fuck, just my like hands fucking each other for sign language. But he would go and fuck Bubba's wife, and then they would lay in bed and talk, and he would get out all his frustrations, and he was having intimacy, sexual intimacy, but also like emotional intimacy with Bubba's wife. And there's the one where he says the N-word, and he says, my daughter's dating a black guy. I guess I'm racist, blah, blah, blah. And he says a bunch of really, really gross stuff in this moment where, to be fair to him, like, he thought he was completely private and off the record. And that tape, when Hulk leaves, you see Bubba comes back in on the tape and sits down next to his wife and goes, oh my God, if we ever want to retire, we just got to publish that tape. And then fucking what happens with the tape? Gets published. Gawker gets a hold of it. Peter Thiel uses it to fucking destroy them. Yeah. That's the one Peter Thiel used to shut down Gawker. Yeah. It's all connected. Anyway, Bubba Love Sponge. That is totally it. Like, I'm pretty skeptical. Like when I originally read it, I was like, what? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And now I'm like, oh, Bubba the Love Sponge. That makes so much sense that I at least have to fucking entertain it as a possibility. And you know what else? So he says, Mark says, you, Jeffrey Epstein, you and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard. And that is interesting because Epstein himself did swing both ways too. Epstein did occasionally, according to a lot of the victims, have sex with men, have sex with powerful men. He wasn't like trafficking them, but he did have sex with some unnamed other powerful men. If I had to throw out a few guesses, I mean, we know Les Wexner, or we don't know Les Wexner, but we can assume Les Wexner maybe was gay. A lot of rumors about him being bisexual or gay. A lot of weirdness about their relationship and their odd closeness. Mandelson was like obsessed with Epstein, called him his best friend, would hang out with him on Christmas. Peter Thiel, I mean, less evidence for that, but I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, lots of the victims, I know at least Virginia did say that, but I my understanding is that other victims have said this as well. But yeah, it's not something that people talk about a lot with Epstein. It's certainly not like a major crime of his, but it does seem to be the case. I've heard there's male trafficking as well. I mean, I've definitely heard people say that. I've never seen evidence of it anywhere, or I've never seen a male trafficking victim come forward. Possible, but I don't know. All right. Moving on. All right. Now, this section I'm calling, okay, wait, that's the end of the Trump section. Should I say something to sum it up? So in some guys, who am I? Jeffrey Epstein being gay? Come on now. No, no, there's nothing wrong with being gay. That's the least problematic part about Epstein's life. That part makes him cool. No, what I was going to say is, in the end, guys, the Democrats, they sort of fucked things up by posting these 3 emails, but the Republicans fucked up more by posting all this shit. Because, God, this is going to hurt Trump a lot. Going to hurt Trump a lot. Now, moving on here. Yeah, nothing makes Epstein cool. That's true. That's true. Christmas with the Epsteins doesn't sound good. All right, where were we? Now, there are a lot of emails. I collected just a couple here, but there's a lot of emails from losers, other billionaires and rich people, basically famous celebrities, who are rich and famous, but still losers who can't get laid. People who cannot find a girlfriend or someone to whatever, to love them. And a lot of these guys will go to Epstein for help, for advice, and would be trafficked girls to him. This is an excerpt from Virginia Giuffre's book. Virginia's book. Oh, wait, sorry. Hang on. Before we get into this. I still think the Ehud Barak emails are way more revealing and interesting and should be a huge public scandal. Oh, interesting. Well, why would you say that? Not that I necessarily disagree, but yeah, I'm curious to hear why. I mean, like with the Ehud Barak emails, we got a lot of stuff between Ehud Barak and other people who aren't Epstein, but all of the ones that are between him and Epstein are included in this leak as well, right? Like we got a lot of the stuff. Like I guess a lot of the stuff with him and Epstein is like Epstein is telling him what to say, and then we actually get him saying it, or you know. But what was it in the Ehud Barak emails that you think were bigger than this? Dude, Widgie, have you heard my theory about Gamergate and the Gawker thing? Because I think Gamergate was a part of that Peter Thiel Gawker destruction thing. yeah, there's a whole thing on that. Like, Peter Thiel was trying to destroy Gawker by funding a bunch of lawsuits against them, not just Hulk Hogan's, but a bunch, and putting money into just any sort of campaign against Gawker. And Gamergate started as a response to an article on, what was it, Kotaku? Attacking them for ethics in game journalism. My belief is that Peter Thiel put a ton of money into that to artificially inflate its reach and importance online and blew it up to like something that actually did. It was a pivotal moment in internet history. It completely changed everything. I totally think that's true. Because the foreign intelligence aspect. Yeah, true. But that stuff is also included in these emails though, right? Like even more of it. Like we've got not just Israel stuff, but him trying to orchestrate shit with Bannon all over the place too. I think like one thing I think is going that hasn't really been looked into, but now we have a lot of evidence for, that I'm excited to learn more about, is his connections in the Middle East. In I guess Israel's Middle East, but Saudi Arabia and Oman and all of these places he was doing business with. Yeah. It was obvious AstroTurf. Yeah, I believe so, and I believe that was a lot of Thiel's money. All right, gang. This is a quote from Virginia's book, about her being lent out to people, as she puts it, but like trafficked, sexually trafficked. The second person I was lent out to was a psychology professor whose research Epstein was helping to fund. That's Stephen Kosslyn, we now know. This time I flew commercial to St. Thomas, then was ferried by boat to Epstein's Island, where the professor met me. Blah, 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 blah. From his nervous accent, it seemed he wasn't used to being with women. The psychologist was only the first of many academics from prestigious universities who I was forced to service sexually. I didn't know it then, but Epstein had spent years campaigning to keep company with the world's biggest thinkers and best-selling scientific authors. Epstein convinced himself that he, a college dropout, was on the same level as degree-holding innovators and theoreticians, and because he funded many of their research projects and flew them around on his jets, he was largely welcomed into their fold. Then Epstein offered some of them a bonus, sex with one of us girls. In the coming months, I would be told to service many men, whom I'd later learn were illustrious in their fields. On any given night, Epstein would tell me to wait in the massage room until one of the strangers entered, clearly expecting sex. Scientists weren't the only people Epstein used his vast resources to win access to, which is how I came to be trafficked to a multitude of powerful men. Among them were a gubernatorial candidate who was soon to win an election in the Western state and a former U.S. senator. Since Epstein usually neglected to introduce me to these men by name, or introduce them at all, I would only later learn who some of them were when I studied photographs of Epstein's associates and recognized the faces of those I was forced to have sex with. Now, this sort of goes on, along with my theory that like a lot of Epstein was hooking up a lot of these guys who had trouble meeting women. This is a couple of guys who are emailing him. So here's one guy. This guy, what's his name? Jonathan Farkas. And this is his wife. Now, I forget what her name is. Anyway, whatever. Jonathan Farkas and his tall wife at, looks like the New York Philharmonic. Nothing wrong with being tall at all, by the way. But here's him messaging Epstein. I'm seeing, redacted name, a little bit. I don't think it'll turn into romance. I'm a bit too old and not tall enough, but she seems intelligent and kind. Summers got an appointment from Trump. Oh, yeah, it's Summers is her name. I forget her first name, Summers. Summers got an appointment from Trump because she's on the White House Fellowship Commission. It came through Woody and Suzanne Johnson because she bundled. Best, Jonathan. And then Epstein writes back, careful, she is not trustworthy at all. And then Farkas writes back, a two-timer? I don't know what he means by that. Like a two-timer, like a liar or something? Or does it mean she did something 2 times? I don't know. A two-timer? Epstein says, worse. And this guy goes, Jeffrey, please help me here. Is she a hooker? Awesome. Anyways, yeah, I hope that they're very happy together. But And then we got Larry Summers. Here's Larry. Larry Summers. Epstein writes to Larry Summers. By the way, Larry Summers is an economist, one of the top economists on earth, like one of the most famous, successful economists who has had a lot of influence on Democratic policy and presidential administrations. Hugely influential. Hugely influential. He was really against a lot of the good shit that Biden was doing, like the antitrust stuff and whatever. Really, really fucking horrible guy. And a late in life friend of Epstein. Like, it's one thing to be a friend of Epstein, you know, in the 90s, in the 2000s, right? Like Trump was. Trump stopped being friends with him after they had the fucking real estate deal fallout or whatever, Virginia Roberts fallout. Although I don't think that's really the case. But I'm guessing more the real estate deal. This guy was friends with him this was in what, 2018, and this guy was messaging him all the way into 2019 until he got arrested. This is a late in life friend. So this is worse than Trump. Epstein writes to Larry Summers, "I'm a pretty good wingman, no? Anymore, how great Larry is comments, and I would have had to barf." Great fun. So he was out with him and being like, "Oh, Larry's so great. Yeah, Larry's amazing. Oh, he's so cool and like pretty like sexy, actually. I like that he's like old and like ugly. I think that's cool." You know, he's like trying to hype him up. And then Larry says, "You were good. Thought if you didn't know that we had been a couple, she gave it away with familiarity and barbed comments. Think for now I'm going nowhere with her except economics mentor." Oh, God. It's probably like a student of his at Harvard. He's a Harvard professor as well. Think I'm right now in the scene very warmly in the rearview mirror category. He's just like so down on himself. You got friends like this? You got friends like this who talk to you about their girl troubles like that? No. I think right now I'm in the scene very warmly in the rearview mirror category. She did not want to have a drink because she was tired. Oh, nothing ever goes my way. Jeffrey Epstein, my best friend. I left the hotel lobby somewhat abruptly. When I'm reflective, I think I'm dodging a bullet with her. Yeah, I'm too good for her. There are huge ups with her, but very self-involved. And to get her to be good probably requires more firmness than I enjoy. I think the right thing is to cut off contact. Suspect she'll miss it. Problem is, I will too. Oh, man. Anyway, fucking loser. Whatever. It's fine. It's okay to have problems with dating, but it's not okay to be Jeffrey Epstein's friend. You know? I always try to watch like how I make fun of these guys because like I have my instincts to like bully them, but also hey. We've all been there. We've all had it. We've all had issues dating. Dating is hard. But no, this guy sucks though. Larry Summers is a loser. Here's a fucking crazy one from Larry Summers. This guy, so respected by Democrats, like massively fucking famous. I was talking to my friend, Presidential Penis, the other day, and he was sort of like, "Oh no, this guy is like one of the big economists. Huge deal." So anyway, he messages Epstein, SoftBank deputy guy I like can seem to wear an honest son. Okay, lots of slathering to Saudis. I yipped about inclusion. Okay, I observed that half the IQ in the world was possessed by women, without mentioning they are more than 51% of the population. I burned them. Mnuchin plumbs new depths. War seems more likely. He's giving him like a fucking like, I don't know. What does this feel like this feels like a fucking Q drop or something. It's just like unrelated sentences separated by an indentation. DJT is the world's luckiest guy in terms of opposition, economy, etc. Still think his world will collapse. This is in what, 2017? He's talking about Hillary Clinton. Was Larry Summers not involved with Hillary Clinton's campaign? Hillary Clinton. Sorry, I just want to find this out for my own edification. I bet he was. Larry Summers begged Hillary to stop pretending that she what did he say? She hates Wall Street. Oh, that was his advice? Fucking idiot. That's one of the fucking biggest reasons why Trump won. moron. Fucking moron. Hillary should have pretended she hated Wall Street more. Because Trump, remember when Trump went out on the debate stage and was like, yo, fucking, that's not Trump's voice at all. And he was like, you're the fucking, what was the thing? Like, all of you receive payments from wealthy donors, and I know because I donated to you. I've donated to you. Like, to me, like, that was like an early moment in Trump's campaign, and I remember being like, oh, shit. That's a good line. I got to give it to him for that one. That is a good fucking line because there is a problem with money in politics. Nobody likes it. Nobody likes how close fucking, like, the Clintons are to Wall Street, or like every politician is to Wall Street. No one likes that. When Trump called that out, it made him look very good. And Larry Summers was like, Hillary, don't be mean to Wall Street, okay? Okay, I talked to Epstein about it and he said it was bad and he knows a lot. Okay? You need to go more pro Wall Street and more abolishing the age of consent. Okay? That's all I ask. That's all I ask. No idea how his voice actually sounds, but I just more know like of him. But yeah, fucking legendarily stupid advice. Fucking moron. I'm glad that his career's over because, God, the Democrat Party deserves better advice than that shit. Anyway, not even the craziest part of this email. Next, I'm trying to figure out why American elite think if you murder your baby by beating and abandoning it, or abandonment, it must be irrelevant to your admission to Harvard. But hit on a few women 10 years ago and I can't work at a network or think tank? Do not repeat this insight. I love it. Do not repeat this insight. Number one, that he calls it an insight. Number two, that it's in all caps. Like, it reminds me of, those like Facebook grandmas that would be like, I hereby do not give consent, authorization, or an endorsement to Facebook using my data, images, messages, ideas, or thoughts without consent. I hereby denounce the attempts by Facebook to reach into my brain through microchip tentacular devices and steal my ideas for inventions. By typing this as a Facebook status on my wall of my own, I hereby forbid the use of any information thereof by Mark Zuckerberg, Meta, and other entities within pro quid quo annum. You know, whatever. Those long ass posts where they're like, please make sure you copy and paste and post this in your status to make this is the only way. It's like, that didn't work. I'm sorry, that didn't work. Like when the fucking conservatives found this thing, they were like, we gotta fucking post. Oh, wait. Guys, he put it in the email. Do not repeat this insight. Yeah, he's got us. All right. By the law of obeying Larry Summers, we gotta say no. We gotta keep this one in-house. Anyway, so what's Larry Summers been up to lately? Well, he's been having a bad time lately. This is from about a week ago. When is this from? Oh shoot, I didn't get the day. But here's him tweeting about the Harvard Crimson. He's a very prestigious Harvard professor. I think he's like the head of the economics department. And he's pissed that the Harvard Crimson has been posting some pro-Palestine shit. He says, I found this article by former Harvard Crimson president very disturbing. The moral bankruptcy that led the Crimson to endorse BDS sometime. Fucking the way people talk about BDS, like because people have been talking about BDS as though it's like, you know, if you support BDS, which is a non-violent like boycotting movement, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, like being like, no, I'm not going to buy fucking Puma clothes or a Soda Stream or a fucking what else is on the BDS list? Like, there's like a list of like 6 things that people are not buying because they are manufactured in Israel on like occupied territory. That's what is wrong with it? That's fucking, you're allowed to boycott shit. The fuck? And yet people have been talking about that for years, as though it is like decades, as though it is a fucking like hate crime against Jews, as though it's like burning down a synagogue or whatever, spray painting swastikas everywhere. It's not. It's a totally legitimate, peaceful protest thing. And yet, in a lot of states, it's illegal. Sabra's one. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't get into that. Who's you referring to that killed a baby? There was a woman who was accepted to Harvard, and she had a history like where I forget the exact details of it, but there was some incident where there was a woman's baby had died due to neglect or something like that. And it was when she was very young. Obviously, these guys don't care if you're young or whatever, old enough to be Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend, old enough to go to prison for murder. But I can't remember exactly the details, but he was referring to that and comparing it to, meanwhile, what did you do? All you did was hit on a few women 10 years ago. It's like, bro, it's fucking 2017, Larry. You should know better. You'd know better at this point. Oh yeah, BDS means boycott the sanction. I thought it was a K-pop group. I thought it was a K-pop group this whole time. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's BTS. But yeah, people were acting like it was like before October 7th, right? Different world back then. People kind of let the Zionists get away with crazy bullshit like that a lot more. Post October 7th, like this is from like last week, to be like, the moral bankruptcy that led the Crimson to endorse BDS. It's like, no, dude, that's fine. That's like a fucking bare minimum, dude. Like, you can't be talking like this. This guy's so fucking clueless. He's always been clueless. He's clueless about the economy. He's clueless about fucking Wall Street, corruption. He's an idiot, gives the worst advice to Democrats. And he's still talking like it's fucking 2018 about Israel. Anyway, sorry. That set me off on a tangent that isn't really important at all. But the moral bankruptcy that led the Crimson to endorse BDS some time ago without subsequent withdrawal appears to have spread to the news pages. I have shared Stoll's article to several at the Crimson without substantive response, and this tracks with the things I have observed. Many of the students I have engaged with at the Crimson have high integrity and smarts, but I do hope alumni trustees will investigate and take any necessary steps lest a problematic situation deteriorate further. So this is a week ago. This guy's fucking reaching out to fucking emailing, harassing the people who work at Harvard Crimson, which I guess is not a fucking... I thought Harvard Crimson was just a newspaper, but I guess it's like an organization that has a newspaper. I don't really know. Anyway, whatever. Who cares? But he's harassing them, and he's like getting his fucking rich alumni friends to also make a stink about it. Harvard Crimson is fucking pissed at this guy, right? This guy's annoying. This guy's evil, genocide apologist, annoying guy, right? Then, a fucking week later, this shit comes out. And what does the Crimson do? They wrote a amazing article about Larry Summers and Epstein. Email cache reveals how former Harvard president Larry Summers stayed in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. A new cache of emails released by a House committee paints a vivid portrait of a relationship between Harvard president Lawrence H. Summers and convicted sex offender Jeffrey E. Epstein. The hundreds of emails spanning from 2013 to 2019 reveal how Summers sought out Epstein's thoughts on Harvard projects, politics, and his personal life. Yeah. They go back and forth quite a bit. I barely scratched the surface with my study of it here. But goes into him like denying his closeness to Epstein for a while. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I thought that the way that they ended it was quite good. Yes. So this is how they ended it, which I feel like is like some good shade. In late 2016, Epstein introduced Summers to Kareem Wade, a former Senegalese minister then living in exile in Qatar. Summers appeared confused about whom he was meeting, writing to Epstein, "Who's the guy you've set me up with?" In the same email, Summers warned Epstein that he was not interested in projects involving the Trump administration. "Spend zero effort on anything about me with Trump," he wrote, seeing his approach to conflict of interest, his Putin proximity, and his mindless response on Castro death. I'm best off 1,000,000 miles away. He thought he was too close to Castro. I forget how he responded to the fucking thing. Epstein replied that Wade was the son of the president of Senegal and one of the most important figures in West Africa. In response, Summers wrote that it was important to keep certain relationships at a distance, at least in public. Always quiet advice to anyone who can use it, he wrote. Wait, what the fuck? How are you supposed to read that? Always quiet advice to anybody who can use it. I don't know. Always quiet advice to anybody who can use it. Try always discreet. If you become associated publicly with something, the reputations converge. And I just thought that was such a great way for them to end this article. These guys that have been fucking like harassed and like attacked by this dude repeatedly for the last like whatever years, and last week this guy's been fucking sending his goons after them and emailing them all personally and getting the alumni involved. It's so subtle, but it hits so hard, right? If you become associated publicly with something, the reputations converge. End of article. Like, they don't even really spell it out, but they're like, yeah, buddy, it looks like your discreetness didn't really last. We got you. We got you, buddy. We got you on this one, buddy. Anyway, fuck this guy. Yeah, fuck him. Oh, but it's not just Larry Summers. I also have an email here from Larry Summers' wife, Elisa New, who Elisa New is also a Harvard professor of literature, and she hosts a fucking show or some shit. What does she do? American academic and author who hosts the PBS series Poetry in America. All right, she's a real literary person. I mean, she's a professor of literature. Like, she actually is. I'm not. I guess it sounded like I was being sarcastic. No, she is that. She's married to Larry Summers. Oh, she married him in 2005. And he was asking Epstein for like all this dating advice like through the 20-teens. That's crazy. Her show was canceled because it was found out that, they've already put in the shit here about the Epstein emails. But yeah, Epstein plans to donate $500,000 to her PBS series. They blah, 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 spoke directly. I don't even want to talk about that shit. I want to talk about, where is it? This shit. She sends Jeffrey Epstein this message. Get this shit, guys. Here's an invitation you can forward. Fingers crossed. By the way, already better spelling, punctuation, and grammar than literally anyone else in Jeffrey Epstein's fucking inbox, or especially outbox. But let's keep going. I'm going upstairs to hunt for my copy of Lolita, or we'll get on my Kindle and reread on our way to Australia. I may have lent it out to one of my kids. Okay, weird. I would recommend reading, I guess that's fine. That's a famous book. But anyway, email to Jeffrey Epstein. Everything comes across as weird. I would recommend reading My Antonia by Cather next time you're on a long plane trip. The prose is gorgeous, and the book has, come to think of it, similar themes to Lolita, in that it's about a man whose whole life is stamped forever by his impression of a young girl. What the fuck? She's writing this shit to Epstein. Like, I'm not going to say you shouldn't read Lolita. I mean, I understand it's a very amazing book. It's actually very, like, anti-pedophilia, like I haven't read it myself, but I mean, I would read it. I got nothing against reading it, but she's recommending Lolita and another fucking book, My Antonia, about a man raping a young girl. Like, that's fucking weird. That's weird. Anyway, she's getting lots of other fucking shit from him. Money. He's giving her fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars to run her vanity project PBS book show. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this? Wait, okay, Finland, you gotta tell me more about this. You can connect Epstein to the rapper Nas with just one step, and it's Elisa New? What? Seriously? Epstein actually killed himself after reading Lolita and realized what he did was wrong. He's the one guy who interpreted Lolita correctly. Yeah. I mean, he actually, like, in Virginia's book, she says that he gave her Lolita to read. So maybe that was that. Oh, no, it wouldn't have been. He gave her Lolita to read. That would have been like 2000s. But But yeah, absolutely wild. Also hilarious that she assumes Epstein hasn't read Lolita. Like, I'm sure that's like one of the only books that Epstein read. What's this? What's this you're sending me?
It's important that as I grow, the music reflects that.
Great poetry.
Wait, this is Elisa New here interviewing Nas? Dang. Okay. And you're saying she also interviewed Eminem? What did she ask Nas?
Always needs to be reread. You don't have to get it the first time around, and the way you rap, one could never take it all in.
Right.
I wonder if we could look close.
I mean, fuck, I hate that I would actually be interested in watching this. Nas is like an extremely talented lyricist, poet. But okay. All right. We'll leave that be. We'll leave that be. Fuck Larry Summers. That is the end of this section. Moving on, next section here. Yeah, okay, so I didn't actually get this together because I've been using a couple of different ways to navigate these emails. And the one that I had linked here, hang on a second here. Hang on, gang. The one that I had linked here, it's like this one website, but the problem is that you can see I'm searching within a time frame here, which it can do, but then these show up like out of order. Now there's another one that can search within time frame, but you can't save URLs like this. So hang on. The Epstein Email Archive Explorer. So I think I just got to throw this in here. And it's cool. It feels like you're like in an inbox basically. Now I'm looking for participant. I'm looking for GMAX. That's Ghislaine Maxwell. And I'm looking for 2011. And what were the dates that I had there? 2011 0301. 2011. That's March 1st to March 12th. Okay, let's go March 12th. 2011. Sorry, I wish I didn't have to do it. I guess I didn't have to. I could have set up this page beforehand, but I forgot. I meant to and I forgot. Okay, are you happy? Now, this is giving us all of these emails down here. And this is in between. Oh shit, that's a lot. It's more than I expected. But this is in between March 3rd. So Ghislaine and Epstein didn't talk for a while. And then in March, they started talking because they were planning to, oh, you know what? Am I looking at the right thing here? I'm sorry, guy. Give me a second. I thought that I had this right. No, I guess not. But this time range includes one of the three emails that we read already. Which one? 2019. Yeah. Oh, this one, of course. The January, February, March. Oh wait. What the heck? Okay, Oh, you know what? I did this wrong. Okay, how do you guys do? How do Americans do dates again? It's month, day, year, right? You guys do it you do day, month, year, right? 4/2/2011. Oh shoot. Okay, I'm way off. And that's February? Okay. Guys, please don't be mad at me. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh what? Come on. Why is it default? Oh, that's annoying. Okay, 2011 February, and let's say 1st. February 1st. February 2011, and let's say 12th. Whatever. There we go. So here we go. This is the thing. Wait, did it search it? Gmax. Emails. 6 emails. You should see this movie documentary. Now I'm confused. Did I do that wrong again? 026. Month. Oh, okay. Oh, that's why I'm doing this wrong. So it's month, day, year. Okay. Gotcha. You do month, day, year. So it's January, February, March, April. So it starts April. Oh boy. Guys, I don't know how the world works. April 1st, April 12th. GMAX. Yeah, April 12th. Yeah, that's right. April 12th. Nothing? Oh, 2025. 2011. I got to do the whole thing again. Oh, geez. Okay. Guys, I'm sure this is like riveting streaming work by me. No, that's not April. It's, what the fuck? 2011. April. Yes, that's what I want. But why didn't it change? Oh, geez. April 2011. First. There we go. Okay, I got to click on the day, I guess is what I did wrong. Okay. Oh. Here we go. Okay. Victims. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, there's so much here. 2,000? 25. Oh, Jesus. Oh, guys. Oh, my God. Thank you for staying tuned here. You gotta just give me a break. I've never had an email before. Okay. 25. All right. Yes, this is it. Okay. Did you have a chance? This is like a very casual, normal one. Oh, actually, sorry. This is Ghislaine messaging Epstein about, did you have a chance to look at the potential idea of having people fulfill their contract with Sunrise? I want to know what you think. This is something you know well. As it says in the article, the only thing you don't get to pass on is poverty. And this is a Daily Beast article. Oh, yes, I remember this. This is a really early article about Epstein. Like, I had never even seen this before. Oh, get out of here. Why did it do that? Oh, God. Okay. I'd never even seen this before. It doesn't exist anymore, actually. It's not even up on the Daily Beast, but you can go to little hint here. Open up the Wayback Machine. I remember. You can check it out. We can go back in time to 2011, the Wayback Machine. And we can see the site. We can find it. So this is a 2011 article about fucking Epstein. It says, Jeffrey Epstein's society friends close ranks. Despite the pedophile mogul's conviction for soliciting underage prostitution, his circle is standing by their man. Scientists whose research Epstein funded also back the billionaire, writes Alexander Wolf. 2011. Honestly, props to Alexander Wolf. I never even saw this article before. Crazy stuff. Like, this is already like the most fucking insane story of our lifetime, and we have barely any information about it. So good on her for like pursuing it and actually getting it published. Props to the Daily Beast for doing that. Yeah, I wonder what this means. Did you have a chance to look at the potential idea of having people fulfill their contract with Sunrise? Just want to know what you think, as this is something you know well. Like, I don't know what that means. Fulfill their contract with Sunrise. I feel like this is like some catch and kill shit. I'm not sure. Next. Epstein messaging her. And this is the one we've heard. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Virginia spent hours at my house with him. Has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. And 75% there. I've been thinking about that. The third. Boris messaging Jeffrey, and then he forwards it to, or he messages like a bunch of people, including Maxwell. Wait, where's Maxwell even in this? Oh, she's not. Okay, why am I know I'm confused. Wait, did I not put in Gmax here? No, I did. But did it go through? Okay, whatever. This is Jeffrey Epstein and his assistant. They're sending each other more articles here. Oppenheimer report. He's definitely okay. He's like name searching himself. Conchita Sarnoff. But I was looking for the stuff only between him and Maxwell. Maybe the site isn't as good as the other one. Daily Beast article by Alexander Wolf. I'm sorry, gang. This is not really what I was looking for. I thought that I had another one with how does the Daily Beast know about that dinner with Woody Allen and the crew? Who would know that? Some of your employees? Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. You know what? I'm sorry, gang. You know what? Maybe I need to go back and look at this. I was looking at it before on, I guess, on the other website, which is out of order, so it's annoyingly hard to find shit on too. But in any case, there is some interesting shit of them going back and forth. They're sharing, like, they're sending each other the Ghislaine sends Jeffrey like a list she got from a reporter being like, we're about to publish an article about you and Virginia Giuffre. Can you clarify these things? And it's like a massive long list of like horrible things that she's done. And she sends it to Epstein in a panic. Anyway, you know what? I'll find it another time because it's worth going over, but I don't want to waste your guys' time here and get into it. All right, where were we? MBS. So here's what I'm saying. Like, Epstein had, like, he had a lot of connections in Israel. He had a lot of connections in, like, America, the UK. I think people largely know about a lot of these. But I don't believe, maybe this is my ignorance, but I don't think many people have a handle on exactly what Epstein's connections to the Middle East, like the Muslim world, the fucking non-Israel Middle East, because this guy was hooked the fuck up. This guy was like best friends with MBS. Let's just see if I can figure out how to use this page one time. Clear the from date, clear the to date. Participant, let's go MBS. Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, you got to go add. Okay, whatever. Okay, wait, but it didn't search anything? Or do I need MBS's actual fucking email? Hang on, gang. I thought it was notable figures. Search notable figures. MBS? Mohammed, I'm not exactly sure how to spell his name. MBS. Mohammed bin Salman. You know what? Forget it. I'll search on this. If I search MBS here, this dude shows up. Oh, no, not in this. No. How do I clear this? No. Quit it. Stop. Clear. Sorry. Okay. Now we got it. Searching MBS. Oh, I did it again. Oh. You know what? I usually don't have issues like this. This usually hardly ever happens. Huh? And it does it again. It puts them back again. Okay. I just have to go to the original page. MBS. There we go. 63 mentions of him. But there's a lot of them are he has a lot of like emails between him and MBS. Him and MBS hung out all the time. They were like very close friends. And there is a very interesting thing where he's talking to Michael Wolff. He's giving him dirt on Trump. And he says that he has something to do with MBS. He goes, is it a coincidence that the Russian that bought the house in Palm Beach and knows all is the same guy that sold a painting last year to MBS for $450 million that was only worth $1.5 million? Okay. So I saw this. I was like, what the fuck is that all about? And, oh, you know what? Remember I spent so long looking for this? I had the link here. So here's the house that that we were looking at, the house that caused the falling out between Epstein and Trump. And here it is in all its glory, or whatever you want to call it. Now, who is it sold to? When Trump sold it, he bought it for like 30 million, and he sold it for like 150 million or something like that. I forget. He sold it for a lot. 95 million. There we go. He sold it, his mansion, to the Russian businessman Dmitry Rybolovlev. Epstein, in this email anyway, doesn't even try to spell his name. The Russian that bought the house in Palm Beach and knows all is the same guy that sold the painting last year to MBS for $450 million. That was only worth $1.5 million. So, if we look at the painting, here's an article about it. There's MBS there. And he bought this painting. It's apparently a Da Vinci, although it's not confirmed to be a Da Vinci. A lot of people think that it is one. Some people think it is one. It's not totally confirmed. But it was still worth probably at least $1 million. And in, when was this? 2022. Wait, 2022? Okay, so when was this happen? 2017. The dude, MBS, bought this painting, Salvador Mundi, for $450.3 million. This was during a time that Saudi Arabia was suffering economically. And yeah, wonder what Rybolovlev knows all about. He paid $500 million for it from, and is it going to say in here? Yeah. The Russian billionaire, oh, it doesn't say his name here. Hang on. Dmitry Rybolovlev. So this guy is a fucking Russian oligarch worth $6.7 billion. Russian oligarch Dmitry Rybolovlev is the majority owner and president of Monaco's football club AS Monaco. The fertilizer king made news for selling a painting for $450 million and even for buying Trump's seaside Florida mansion, Maison de l'Amitié, for $95 million in 2008. One of Russia's wealthiest men, the Monaco resident, owns an Airbus-owned, a stunning $80 million super yacht, Anna 1, $80 million for a super yacht, $450 million for a painting that may or may not be by Leonardo da Vinci. Bubba? Maybe this is Bubba. Yeah. Maybe this is the Bubba. Honestly, that would make sense too. I'm still going Bubba the Love Sponge. I think Bubba the Love Sponge is our best theory so far, but Rybolovlev could be. So this guy is like one of the richest men in Russia. I'm sorry to forgive me for libbing out here, but personally, I believe that Trump has some very suspicious, nefarious ties to Russian power that he has had for a long time. From when he was a fucking, New York real estate guy, Russia was trying to get people into that world. And they found that Trump was very easy to manipulate. All you had to do was compliment him. This goes back. This goes way back, long before he was even in the fucking market to be a politician. And Trump was getting involved in mob shit with fucking Roy Cohn and whatever. He was doing all kinds of shady dealings. Why would he say no to assisting with this money laundering operation involving buying Epstein's mansion? So again, remember, Epstein thought that Trump didn't have the money, and then all of a sudden it gets bought by this Donald Trump, whatever it's called, Donald Trump Holdings Limited or something like that. He's like, that's not Trump. I don't know who that is, but that's not Trump. I know Trump's broke. And they're all of a sudden they're paying $40 million for this house. That makes no sense. Then cut to 2017, Trump's president, and fucking the Saudis, or not the Saudis, but at least the king of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, this guy pays $500 million for fucking like doodle by some Italian guy. Leonardo da Vinci, what's it called? I think it's Da Vinci. I think it's like one of the DeWinkie twins. Anyway, I mean, like, you know, it's fine, but like it's good if it is Da Vinci, but $500 million? No. Like the Mona Lisa, maybe. I could see the Mona Lisa maybe being 450 million. But this one? Why does it look like Jesus is lying to me here? He's like, yeah, I died for your sins, I promise. Yeah. Yeah, if you believe in me, you'll go to heaven. Yeah, sure. Trump in Russia? Why have I never heard of this? Are you sure? That's too crazy to be true. Anyway, really good stuff. I mean, yeah, seems like I've seen, like this was Epstein writing to Michael Wolff and being like, yo, I know about money laundering. I know about fucking shady business dealings with money. This is a fucking international influence campaign, which I also know a lot about. Michael Wolff wrote, so MBS was paying him off? Why? Ideas? Epstein says, reminder, Trump overruled Congress on Yemen. This was during the fucking genocide in Yemen. It was funded by whatever, America and Israel and all the most evil countries in the world, including Canada. We were sending our weapons to go murder Yemeni people. And it's Epstein's theory, anyway, that this was MBS paying off a Trump-linked Russian oligarch in order to get Trump to allow them to continue the Yemeni genocide. Maybe. And then Michael Wolff writes, weird fucking email. Michael Wolff writes, starting to smell sweet, the way you put it. Like I said, Michael Wolff does not come off looking good in this. He does not come off smelling too sweet, let's say. Swelling, maybe. Epstein says, in addition, my art guy said the painting wasn't very good. My art guy. Michael Wolff, you have an art guy? Salvatore Mundi, the last known Da Vinci painting in private hands, has an incredible provenance. Rybolovlev purchased it for $127 million in 2013 through his art dealer, the Swiss businessman Yves Bouvier. Bouvier, the owner and operator of several free ports, bought the painting for $80 million with the intention of selling it to Rybolovlev at a steep profit. Its owner before Bouvier, the New York City-based gallerist Robert Simon, found the painting at an estate auction in New Orleans in 2005. He paid just $10,000. The art world, as much as I love art, a lot of it is pure money laundering, right? That is what's going on here. I think I agree with Epstein on that. I don't know. It's hard to say, right? But I think it's interesting. Here's one that I thought was just fucking crazy. Found this one randomly, searching MBS shit. This was in. These are texts between Epstein and, does it say, or is it probably? Sorry, thought I had this figured out. I think this is in between him and Bannon, but I'm not sure. I don't think it really matters. He's messaging somebody, you're welcome to come to Palm Beach after Hillsborough. Yeah, okay. I don't exactly know. So that's cool. Thanks, let me check it out. From Epstein. Cool. He says, you're welcome to come to Palm Beach after Hillsborough. And then it looks like maybe oh wait, am I reading this in the right order? 606. Oh no, sorry, I'm reading it. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein. Trump calling himself a nationalist made me roar with laughter. Good work, said Epstein to, this is Bannon. And Bannon said he went all in. Epstein says, sovereignty of the U.S., he should have 2 pens in his shirt. Bannon sends him a email about the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. So remember that journalist that got cut in pieces with a bone saw in Saudi Arabia? He was a Washington Post journalist, I think. and he was the nephew of Adnan Khashoggi, who is very close friend of Epstein's, worked with him in the whatever mysterious 80s, knew him. He had a yacht that he sold to Trump, the princess something or other. So Jamal Khashoggi was at least an acquaintance, I would imagine. Maybe he never met Epstein, but I mean, he was a family friend of Jeffrey Epstein. This is right when this happens, sending him this article about Khashoggi murder. And Bannon says, very bad if body is found chopped up, which I feel like is a understatement. Yeah, also one of Robert Maxwell's old pals. And then very bad if body's found chopped up. And then he sends again, MBS may be leaving the yard. Didn't turn out to be the case. And then Epstein, and who's this? Yeah, this is Epstein said this. He says, do you mean Mr. Bonesaw? Turkey wants money. And yo, I gotta say, Epstein does not know how to spell right, doesn't read, whatever. But I gotta say, that's a pretty good joke. Mr. Bonesaw, like think about the initials there. MBS, Mr. Bonesaw. Because he used Bonesaw to hack Jamal Khashoggi to pieces. That's a pretty good joke, but I'm also disturbed at how soon that was after the death of his family friend. That's fucked up. Epstein, come on now. The body's still warm, you know? It's in pieces, but it's still warm. Leaving the yard, I think that means, I mean, I don't know, but I think it means he's not going to be in power anymore. Did not turn out to be a correct prediction, if that's what he meant. But, I mean, it did look pretty bad when they cut a United States journalist into pieces. That looked bad. Mr. Bonesaw, MBS. Anyway, and then they just bullshit. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. Okay. So, Virginia Giuffre, I've talked a little bit about her book, Nobody's Girl, but she actually wrote a version of Nobody's Girl years and years ago, which was never published, but it was released as part of a deposition. And in the deposition, she named, not in a deposition. What's it called? Discovery phase or something like that. I think it was her lawsuit against Guylaine. She wrote this book, basically her life story. It's a little bit rough around the edges compared to Nobody's Girl, which she had a co-writer on. But the co-writer basically took Billionaires Playboy Club, which is the original book, and tweaked it, did some research to make sure that all the things she was saying happened at the right time, corroborated it with other people who were there and newspaper articles and blah, blah, blah. Did kind of stuff that we do on this stream, but probably more professionally. And so the book is a lot more professionally done. Now, one thing that was really interesting to me. So this was it the Alan Dershowitz lawsuit? I forget which lawsuit it was that this book came out, but this was an attachment in one of the emails that Epstein got, and it is in the entire contents of Billionaires Playboy Club, but with no redactions. Because this shit was already released, and we had it for a long, long time. But there was fucking redactions in it, so we didn't know any of the people she was naming. So let me see if I can find this. No? Is it not going to? Okay, there you go. Okay, might take a second to load. But there's a part of it where she met someone that we always could see this before. She met someone whose first name was Stephen, and it didn't say his last name. We never knew last name. He's a Harvard professor named, and now look, we got it, Stephen Koslin. Now, if you watched last week's stream, I went over who do we think a lot of these unnamed guys are. All right? I just went over this. And it was kind of a lot of work. I went over and I tried to figure out who the guys she didn't name in the published book, because she didn't name almost anyone. She names Prince Andrew, and that's pretty much it. Everybody else she describes them physically, but she doesn't name them. Well, I'm looking back in here, and I did come to, even though a lot of people thought for a long time this was Steven Pinker, I did come to the conclusion it was Stephen Koslin, and now, a week later, here we are. We have proof. It was Stephen Koslin. Stephen Kosslyn. We have the full name. We also have another person. Oh, wait. There we go. Is Barack in there? I don't think so. I don't think he's in this one. But I think Barack was the one she was always really afraid of. So she didn't actually name him. The only reason we found out about Ehud Barak was because Dershowitz told everyone that she had named him, but she'd never named him publicly. But hang on, I'll check in a second. But look at this. This is the first person that she was ever lent to, I think is the way she says it. I'll be going to exclusive hotel. I would be meeting my first ever clients. Only their first names. I was given some instructions and the address where to meet. Glenn and Ava. And did I not tell you guys? Glenn and Ava Dubin. This is what I thought. Here we go. We got it on tape. We got it in 4K. A fully unredacted version of this entire biography. Really nuts. I actually haven't seen anyone talk about this yet, but this is a big deal. These are people who were protected before. Yeah, I'm not sure how he would have known. There were a few times it could have been. I think even in some of the depositions, but the way that we found out was through Dershowitz. But let me look it up. Ehud, no. Barak, no. Let me look up president. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Al Gore and his lovely wife. He was up for a presidential election that year. Okay. Bill Clinton. This one wasn't redacted. No. Prime Minister. No, nothing for Prime Minister. Yeah, I don't think. Did she say? My theory was always that because she mentioned a Spanish prime minister. My theory was always that Spanish prime minister she's mentioning was probably Ehud Barak, and she just because he's got an Israeli accent, and maybe she thought it was Spanish, but I'm not sure. Does she talk about that in this book? No, Spanish guy. Yeah, I don't see Ehud Barak in here. Yeah, prime minister, I got nothing. But let's try Israel. Nothing for Israel. But who are the other names that I came up with last time? Anybody remember? I have my notes on that. 1 second. Let's try and do some hunting right now. Diggly doo, diggly gee. Everybody knows that it's not me. Hang on. Kosslyn. Request number 1. Oh, what the heck? Sorry, guys. I thought that I had. Hang on a second. Hang on a minute. Dubin. No. Okay, I can't find it. This is annoying. I know that I had this up. Okay, whatever. But who else might be redacted? You know what? I should spend some more time going through this because I know there's got to be more in here. Like everything that was redacted the first time, we got it. But I just don't remember what was redacted. Is there anything about Trump? Oh, there is. Oh, yeah. When she worked at Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump's exclusive country club. What about Dershowitz? Alan Dershowitz, I had seen hanging around more and more. Alan's taste for the young and beautiful was a bias for a blooming business relationship between him and Jeffrey. After an explicit session of Jeffrey's vulgar pilgrimage into my body, we were interrupted by a knock at the door by Jeffrey's good friend Alan. I wrapped myself in Jeffrey's pink bed sheets, which is the color preference he chose to sleep in because it reminded him of the same color of his own words, pussy. and covered my face from the unexpected intrusion. Yeah, this is like Dershowitz goes in, has a conversation with Epstein while she's like naked on the bed. Okay, and that's the only mention of Dershowitz. Yeah, Mitchell. Let's try George Mitchell. Let's try Mitchell. George Mitchell's in there. It was during those intellectual gatherings that my body was also put on the banquet menu, this time for powerful Senator George Mitchell and another prominent Nobel-winning scientist whose name would be mentioned, but for all the life of me can no longer remember. Wow. Okay, we got Mitchell. Let's try Bill Richardson. Nope, no Bill Richardson. What about just Richardson? Senator? Oh, just that one. What else? I mean, who fucking, jeez, who else? Pritzker. Yes, Pritzker. No Pritzker. It's funny. I think, before we were reading about how Virginia, like, she wouldn't be introduced to these guys. She would just sort of be forced to have sex with them, and then later on, people would show her photos and she'd be like, yes, I did have sex with that guy. And they'd be like, oh, really? That's the fucking, Israeli prime minister or whatever. Like, she didn't know who they were at the time. There's one of her depositions where she talks about Pritzker and she's like, yes, I did have sex with him. I think he's like a academic or something, which I always took to mean like he was like super awkward and like uncomfortable and bad around women. So she was probably like, okay, but I guess he must be a genius. And it's like, no, he's just a fucking like billionaire Nepo baby hotel chain owner. Let's look up hotel. There's a lot of shit about hotels. Hotel. Arrived at the hotel. Okay, I don't know. Hyatt, maybe? I mean, yeah. If she doesn't have Pritzker, I doubt she would have Hyatt. Anyway, I haven't taken the time to dig through this whole thing yet. I was very excited to find it, but I wasn't. Excuse me. I started reading through it, and then I was just like, oh, there's so many more emails to read. I can't get bogged down in this. Like I already read this. Like But yeah, I mean, like a very. I think there's a lot. There's got to be a lot here because there was a bunch of shit redacted in the other version. All right. This is interesting. So get this. In 2014, and who's Christina Galbraith? Hang on. Did we talk about her before? Galbraith. Christina Galbraith, Crown Counsel, Criminal Appeals, Rotary Club of Bartlett. I don't know. Okay, there's a lot of Galbraiths. Galbraith. Hang on, Galbraith. Who is this? Galbraith. Oh, jeez, I'm spelling it wrong. Oh, jeez. Galbraith. She was a publicist. Is she like the publicist? Ooh, the last emails Epstein sent? That's funny. Well, I'm not actually sure about that. That's a great question. We can look into that. But one of the very last texts he sent was canceling plans with Bannon, who he was supposed to meet up with. We'll talk about that in a second, actually. I got a lot of shit on Bannon I wanted to talk about. Get out of here. What the hell? They're saying about, I don't care what they're saying about Jim Girardi's Morning Jolt. No, I simply won't. Let me read this article. Oh, get out of here. Stop it. I don't care about any of that. Let me read this. Okay, there we go. Evolution at Harvard. How financier Jeffrey Epstein changed the course of evolutionary studies at Harvard. This is from 2013. Now, Epstein did try to make a push on cleaning up his web search results for his name. And you can tell that he tried to lean into like his philanthropy, his connections to academics, blah, 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 blah. This is an article written for the National Review by his publicist. I feel like that's a bit of a conflict of interest. About how great he is. Nothing about his assaults, but you can see, like, here are a bunch of people who are associated with him that it's like, and look, he's given all this money to all these people. Like, this reads like it's an SEO, campaign. Now look at this. What? No, what's that? Finland. That sounds crazy. It sounds like some Breaking Bad shit. Yeah, I probably have some like 2013 malware. I'm gonna get the I love you virus. All right. Christina Galbraith. So she messages Epstein, or she messages. Oh, sorry. This is Tyler Shears messaging her, and then she forwards it to Epstein. Thanks so much for the review. And he says, okay, I just thought this was interesting because this was like a little peek behind the curtain at what we knew was happening. Like, we figured this out from before that this was going on, but here is them planning it out. We are pushing up the highest authority domains available for Jeffrey Epstein in general. I'd reserved the approach of pushing non-website URLs for a few months because you expressed concern with making sure our URLs on first page. But I had a call with Mr. Epstein in the beginning of January and expressed that as a limiting factor for moving Forbes/the New York Post as quickly as we'd like. Getting up different types of results for different folks is required to dislodge the negative placements. Once they're dislodged, it is much easier to restore our websites back to the rankings and have our ideal first page. The reason for this is Google tracks click data on results, and as soon as Forbes/New York Post are on second page, they'll begin a slow death. Less clicks on those, more clicks on the ones we have on first page. From there, we'll see our properties shoot up due to the interlinking between them and the reinforcement we can provide from sites like Harvard, National Geographic, and any other publications we have influence over. So they're using Harvard and like the Harvard Crimson and like all of their connections at like National Geographic, I guess, to be like, hey, and whatever that one we just looked at, National Review. Is that what this is called? Yeah, National Review, right? I could have just scrolled up. I'm looking at the URL. Yeah, National Review. Like, these are sites that they have control over or influence over or some kind of editorial power. Like, she was a writer for this place. She wrote a whole article, Evolution at Harvard, about Epstein. Yeah, I hope this makes sense. Anyway, so they're going on about this. Using the short-term links as one battle around other pages is just part of the overall war. You saw how Google was changing up much more dramatically when we had multiple Epsteins on the first page versus having a saturated first page. Now, I remember when I used to be a telemarketer. I know I've mentioned that a lot on here, weirdly, but I was a telemarketer for years, and I was selling SEO services. And we used to have a line. I remember like one of my first days there, I would call up businesses, and I'd try to get them to pay like thousands of dollars a month for, getting a website on the first page of Google, basically. And I had a line. I'd be like, they'd be like, when I would show them the first page of Google and they weren't on it, and I would actually make sure beforehand that I would pick a site that they weren't going to be on the first page of, and or pick a search, that is. Like, they read dentist or something. I'd be like, best dentist in like Calgary or whatever. And then if they showed up on the first page, I'd be like, how about top dentist in Calgary? And they're not there. And then I do that before I was on the phone with them. And then when I call them, I'd be like, let's take a look. Let me type in, I don't know, top dentist. And so I'd make sure I'd show them the first page that they weren't on. And a lot of times they'd be like, it's fine. Go to the second page. I'll be on the second or third page for sure. And we had a line to go back at them with that. We'd be like, the best place to hide a dead body? And they'd always be like, what the fuck? Like, it always just seemed like a weird question to ask. Like, the best place to hide a dead body? And they go, huh? I don't know. And I'd be like, second page of Google. And, like, I was just talking about like a dentist's website or whatever, right? But like, now this is some dead body shit. This is like, the best place to hide your fucking dark secrets. Once they push that shit off the first page, nobody ever goes to the second page of Google. Now, to be fair, it would have been extremely difficult to do this for Epstein, but he definitely made a push. You can even see around this time edits to his Wikipedia page trying to emphasize the philanthropy and the science and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, fucking imagine how much better digital reputation management services are now. I mean, yeah, I imagine there's a lot of shit with bots. You know, like you need to start an Instagram, you need to start a Twitter, start this. We'll get a bunch of bots to follow you, start retweeting your stuff. We'll boost you in the algorithm. We'll do all kinds of fucking shit and make it look like these pages are getting more organic interest. That'll push you up in the results. Like there are a lot of ways that you can push shit down. It's interesting. Anyway, I just thought this was interesting. I'll just skip ahead a little bit here. We don't need to read all of this. Maybe this is more interesting just to me. But here's an image that they sent of like their progress. All right. So this first one here, Jeffrey Epstein, billionaire pedophile goes free. The Daily Beast, originally number 6 on page 1. Now it's number 11 on page 1. You can see number 12, the Jeffrey Epstein 6 Foundation, and this is one of their websites. Jeffrey Epstein USV.com. Asset we are strengthening. So they're on number 12. Number 13, Jeffrey Epstein kept a diary of his underage victims. That was originally number 5 on page 1. This one, I guess that stayed the same. This one, number 15, Jeffrey Epstein, sex offender, yes. Billionaire, no. Forbes, originally number 9 on page 1. So it's like, isn't that kind of interesting? Like, I guess, yeah. Like, this is another thing, I guess. It's interesting to me, number one, because I have a background in SEO manipulation, like sort of sales of that service. But like, this is something that like we've known he was doing. We've had evidence that he was doing this for a long time. And here it is. And they're talking exactly about what we've been saying. They've been talking, what they were doing. Really, really fucking fascinating. It's also just interesting to see how that works. And I mean, like, again, sorry if I'm doing this too much, but like, just because Jeffrey Epstein is doing this doesn't mean that everyone who does this is a bad person. I mean, if you've read the book, So You've Been Publicly Shamed by John Ronson, because people have their lives ruined by online search results, it gets to a point where they can't, get a job, Google their name. Like it's hard for them to date, it's hard for them to whatever. If they were the main character on Twitter one time, and they're just like regular people. They're not celebrities. They didn't do anything horrible. They made a bad tweet or something like that. Right. Like, anyway, really, really good book. But he at one point he offers this service to a woman who had her life like ruined by, a young woman who had her photo taken next to a sign that said, what is it? Please speak at a respectful volume or something, at like a military cemetery. And somebody took a photo of her, like joking, like yelling, next to it. And it was posted on her like tiny Facebook account. And then a bunch of like pro-military accounts found it and blew it up and ruined her life, found her name, doxed her, blah, 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 blah. Article after article about how she's disrespecting the troops, horrible person, she should be killed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And ruined her life. And then John Ronson like gave her, because she couldn't afford services like this, but he offered, hey, why don't I do this for you? And in the book, it talks about that process. So like, I'm not saying this is just a straightforwardly evil thing to do, but I do think it's interesting to see this. This is a very advanced version of that. This is what, a billionaire pedophile can afford to do. Where he has got people who are on the board of National Geographic and fucking Harvard and National Review writing him fucking fawning articles. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Legalized comedy. Exactly. Skeletino. Yeah. Forbes loves writing articles about people stealing billionaire valor. They're only worth they're 100,000 there. Sure. Billionaire. Yeah. Yeah. Sex offender. Yes. Billionaire. No. Like, guys, don't get it twisted. Okay. Billionaires are cool. All right. Jeffrey Epstein's ruining the brand and it's stolen valor. Yeah. They're more pissed about him claiming to be a billionaire than that Marine was at him claiming to be a Marine. All right. Moving on here. All right. Okay. This one is fucked. And you've probably seen this circulating online, but I have a little bit of extra context that you might find interesting. I wanted to point out, this is from the other email. Yaycation. This is one of Epstein's like 3 emails that we now know. J-E-E Yaycation. Yay with a Y. A vacation spelled with a Y instead of a V. How do you even make that typo? Those letters are like not close to each other. I mean, they are, I guess, vertically close, but they're top and bottom row. You know, like typos I'm used to seeing. Like, oh yeah, it's like, oh, those two letters are right next to it, but there's no Y in that word. There's no, like, that's impressive. This guy typed it in. Did he type it in twice? Don't you have to type your email address in twice when you make an email on Gmail? What the hell? How did he manage this? It's almost impressive. And then he used it for a while. Like, that's a lot. There's a lot going on there. Anyway, that isn't what we're talking about at all. This is not an email from him. This is an email to him from someone named Terry. Now, I'm guessing, I'm not 100% sure, I'm guessing Terry is Terry Kafka, who is a Dallas developer. Let me get up a picture of him. He was in Epstein's birthday book. If you remember, we went over that. I forget what his thing was. What did he send him? What did he send him? Actually, you know what? That is important. I would like to know this. Give me a minute. Terry Kafka. Apparently, I'll also have the fucking birthday book on my Google Drive. I have no idea how that happened. Terry Kafka. Oh, Brooklyn. Huh. So wait, he was actually a childhood friend of Epstein's. Terry Kafka. Oh, God. What the heck is this? No, we're not going to look at that. Terry Kafka. One second, guys. This is weird. I don't even know why that would show up like that. Sorry. Guys, I hope you guys can forgive me for not knowing exactly where everything is. Birthday book, where is it? Yes, Epstein Estate Documents, first production. Here it is. All right, we got it. Request number 1. Oh, yeah, I guess it must have just opened for some reason as a Google Doc file. And yeah, Terry Kafka. So it's right in the Brooklyn section. So he knew him when he was growing up in Brooklyn. Let's check this out. You go from Brooklyn to and then this is all Guylain's handwriting. Really horrible, hard to read shit. That's Epstein and Guylain when they first met. Family. Okay, no, it'd be after this. Kafka's not a family member. Letter from his dad. Photos from his mom. Brooklyn. Okay, who's this? To Francie. Fran. Seagate Chronicle. Robert Wolf. Bubbles Axelrod. Lillian Fisher. Lawrence Dyke. I'm just going to skip through all of this. Carl Ashby. Unless I can find Terry Kafka, but don't see him anywhere. Willie the Soda Jerk. Excuse me. Bunch of things here. Brooklyn. Bunch of photos. Oh, was Terry Kafka one of these guys, maybe? Yeah, it is interesting who he corresponded with at each email address. Maybe Yaycation was for his real friends. To Warren Eisenstein, one of his childhood friends. Girls on the Boat. Yeah, this was, it's hard to tell Mark. Warren tells, don't worry, his name's JN. Could this guy be Terry? This guy was like the creepiest childhood friend. Doesn't say. Gives her money back. 2 very young girls, probably just 17. The rabbi's daughter. Yeah, some real creepy shit. Okay, here we go. This is the one for, oh God, it's so fucking long. Sorry. Johnny Boy Kafka. Johnny Boy Kafka. Wait. Well, Dallas, Texas, that is where Terry Kafka lives. So Johnny Boy Kafka, is that perhaps a, oh shoot, where was I? Was that perhaps a, I have too many tabs open. Sorry, was that maybe his dad or something? Johnny Boy Kafka. John Kafka, Jeffrey Epstein. This is Terry Kafka. Terry Kafka. The father of Philip Kafka. Who the fuck is Johnny Boy Kafka? Hang on. Johnny Boy Kafka. This is Kafkaesque. Johnny Boy Kafka is a name associated with Terry Kafka. Ah, yes. He wrote a letter. It's drawn attention to its inappropriate content and the relationship it suggests between Epstein and Kafka's son, Philip. Whoa, wait, is this like an early example of Epstein being maybe gay? Whoa, hang on a minute there. Hang on a minute. Oh, geez. I desperately need to close some tabs here. Let's just do that. Where were we? Chelina, Marco. Guys, I don't like this either. All right. Here we go. Okay. And what is the symbol? Oh, Google Drive, of course. Dearest Jeff, 50 years old. You had a really amazing life. Amazing because of where and when it started. Paula and Seymour fucking. Who was there to tell him where to stick it? Who told him to spit on her? Oh, geez. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't read this. I remember summers when Warren would always work some shit-ass job at Nathan's for minimum wage. I'd always find something, and Frog would too. But you, Jeff, would never work. Yes, you were special. You did things like music camps, blah, 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 blah. When you lost your virginity under the same roof that cold New Year's Eve. Where's the thing about the brother? So, sorry. I'm just going to skip ahead here. Trip to Europe could get more space. Your charisma and persuasive ways came very early on. Remember meeting Philly. Okay, here we go. Philly, that's his son, right? Philly Kafka. He's 16. He said he'll always remember how you said that Timmy taught you a lot about business. I know you enhanced that a bit, but that was a great thing to say to a kid, and I'll never forget it either. Warren and Philly are crazy about each other, and the kid is obviously enamored by you and loved meeting you. It meant a lot to him and me. He's really a great kid, has that easygoing, confident manner. Good-looking kid. What? Okay, wait. Wait, what did it say? Inappropriate content in the relationship it suggests between Epstein and Kafka's son, Philip? What? That didn't seem that bad to me. You guys made me what I am today. You're still a great influence on me. You don't know it, but you're my kid's role model. That's why it's so satisfying. Horrible. Couldn't imagine a worse role model, actually. That's why what did I say? That's why it's so satisfying to recall the past with you. It shaped both of us. When Warren and I get together, who and what do you think we talk about? You. It's constant. I can't stand it anymore. Okay. I thought that was going to be worse. I mean, it's not great, but I was expecting more stuff about the son. It just seems like, oh, my son thinks you're cool. All right. Okay. Yeah. Child picked a bad role model. Join the club. I don't think I had any role models that bad, but still. Anyway, so Terry, who I'm not even sure if it's him because it's fucking bleeped out, but it says Terry. Jeff/Warren. Oh, you know what? It's totally Terry because he's messaging Epstein and Warren Eisenstein, another one of his Brooklyn friends. So it's 100%. It's Johnny Boy. We got it. We got him. He says, go directly to photo 9, and he's linking them forward. Demilked 30 ordinary photos with amazing backstories. All right. And I got the thing here. Oh, wait, didn't I? Shoot, I thought that oh, you know what? I had it open in another tab. That's what it was. I think I maybe I just closed it. Oh, 1 second. Demilked. What's it called? Demilked. 30 ordinary photos with amazing backstories. Demilked. 30 ordinary photos with amazing backstories. Not typing very well. Typing like Epstein right now. There we go. So he sent him this article. It's still up. 30 ordinary photos with amazing backstory. He said, go straight to number 9, he tells his childhood friend Epstein and his childhood friend Warren Eisenstein. Okay, all right. Oh, this is fun. Oh, what a cool little thing. What a fun little guy. Oh, nice. What did you miss? Real quick, this is an email from Epstein's childhood friend, Terry Kafka. He sent it to Epstein and another one of their childhood friends. And he says, go directly to number 9 on this list on Demilked of ordinary photos with amazing backstories. That's all you gotta know. Okay, here's number 4. Okay, skipping through all these. I'm sure these are very interesting, ordinary photos with interesting backstories. Number 8, burst of joy. Okay, here we go. Number 9, ready? The youngest mother. Okay, ordinary photos with amazing backstories. Lena Medina, born on 23rd September 1933, was the youngest woman ever to give birth. She did so when she was just 5 years old. Turns out, Lena was born with a rare condition called precocious puberty, a condition where sexual development happens at an early age. Lena gave birth on May 14th, 1939, via a cesarean section, since her pelvis was too small. The child, named Gerardo, was born completely healthy, but the father was never found out. So this is what he sent them. This is number 9, the youngest mother. Bro, that kid looks dead. I mean, yeah, this is a 5-year-old girl that just had a baby. This is, I'm sure that would be a exhausting experience. Yeah, horrible. But yeah, these bros, they're sending this to each other. Now, why did he do this? Well, we don't have any other context. Nobody responded. Like, here's the actual email. Nobody responded. All it says is, go directly to number 9, photo number 9, Terry. Oh, and it's forwarded because I guess he was subscribed to the Demilked. They would send him their new articles. And I guess he must have read them every day. Who fucking does that? Who subscribes to a newsletter and actually reads it from one of these fucking like slop listicle websites? You know? Like a fucking off-brand BuzzFeed. And he sits through and he reads these every day? Bro, just grow up. Like, be an adult, sign up for a newsletter, and then never read it. That's what everyone else does. That's how you know these guys are deranged minds. But yeah, no one got back to him. There's nothing else here, but he did send them to these guys. Now, here is a little bit of context. Doesn't fully explain it, but here's a little bit more context. This is from Virginia Giuffre's book, which I've been quoting a lot. I'm glad I read that. It's been very useful. Highly recommended if you want to get really sad, but also learn a lot about Epstein. She writes, this is from Nobody's Girl. Epstein liked to share with me what he insisted were scientific justifications for his yearnings about young girls. For example, he would only have sex with girls who had started menstruating. Why? So he could assert that, since they were biologically able to bear children, they were of age. I was flabbergasted when he said this stuff, But I held my tongue. No matter how young a girl looked or how sexually inexperienced she was, if she had her period, he felt he could defend his abuse of her as part of the natural order of things. I was never sure who he imagined making this argument to. The girls themselves, his business associates, law enforcement officers, himself. But it was clear that he took a certain glee in what he saw as a loophole in society's moral code. Now, this could mean that our friend Terry, or not our friend, but Epstein's friend Terry, if we look at this in the absolute, benefit of the doubt, maybe like generous interpretation, maybe this was Terry like making an argument against Epstein. Maybe him, Epstein, and Eisenstein were hanging out one time, and Epstein starts spouting this like incel fucking pedophile bullshit. Like, I mean, this is fucked up, but this is like I think a pretty common argument from whatever people on 4chan. I feel like, so Epstein's like, if she's having her period, then how can it be bad? Like, her body is ready to have a kid. What's the issue? Like, as if, whatever. And maybe this guy, whatever his name is, Kafka, Johnny Boy Kafka, sent him this article to be like, oh yeah, like, do you think this is okay? Because this girl's 5 and she had a kid. Like, not only she had her period, she is capable of having a kid. She had one. So you think that's okay? Like, I mean, I don't know. Is that possible? Maybe. Was that an argument that was he making an argument? I mean, I guess the better thing to do if you're presented with that argument is to call the police. But if you want to stay friends with someone, if you want to call them in rather than, disrespect them and push them away, whatever, maybe this is the type of article you would do, and you'd tell them to go look at number 9. I don't know. I mean, I at this point, I'm writing fan fiction. I don't know why he sent them this article, but based on the fact that, according to Virginia, this was something that Epstein said a lot, I imagine that his 2 fucking pervert friends also heard this. And Jeff/Warren, go directly to photo 9. Or maybe it was like one of those things, like this was in when was this? When was this? This was 2019. Okay, 2019. Obviously, this guy isn't very good with technology. He subscribed to a fucking off-brand BuzzFeed, and he reads it. But maybe he was like, guys, like, maybe they were arguing for that Epstein thing, and then Terry was like, guys, no, there was a 5-year-old who had a kid, and then they were like, no, there wasn't. There was no, and he was like, yes, I read about it on Demilked. Don't you read Demilked? Like maybe, like, remember the era before cell phones? Not that was at this point, but maybe like he couldn't pull it up or whatever. And he sent it to them later. Go directly to photo number 9, and he's like, I was right. There was a 5-year-old that had a kid. Anyway, I don't know why I'm trying to defend these guys, but I imagine it has something to do with like this argument, right? I mean, like, I don't know who this argument appeals to. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that people actually believe this. I know that I guess, I don't know. This might be a little bit off topic, but I feel like the main thing to me about like arguments in favor of pedophilia is that you can, if you think extremely logically, you can make all kinds of justifications for anything. But it's not just about like, are their bodies ready? Obviously, it's like, are their minds ready? And it's like, we have a lot of evidence to show that experiencing this stuff as a young person fucks you up. It completely fucks up your brain, fucks up young kids' brains to experience this kind of thing. We know that. We know that it's bad. It doesn't matter how your logic about age or whatever, fucking periods or any argument you can make. No, forget all that. We know from how much fucking money is spent on therapists by these people who have this done to them, that this is an extremely harmful thing. This is like the most harmful thing you can do to a kid. So don't do it. Anyway, I don't know if that's convincing, but I feel like that's the only argument you really need for that. This is not that interesting. I'm going to skip over this one. This one's fun. All right, that one's a little bit dark. Let's go. Let's move on to some lighter stuff. Race science. Epstein's fascination with race science. So this is from Joscha Bach. Let's real quick look up this guy. This guy is he's a German evolutionary, cognitive scientist, AI researcher, and philosopher. Another fucking AI guy. This is why we can't trust fucking AI. It's done by a bunch of fucking weirdo Epstein friends. Cognitive scientist, AI researcher, and philosopher known for his work on cognitive architectures, artificial intelligence, mental representation, emotion, social modeling, multi-agent systems, and philosophy of mind. His research aims to bridge cognitive science and AI by studying how human intelligence and consciousness can be modeled computationally, something that is not really possible to do, I think is the general consensus on that. Let's look at this. So here's what he sent Epstein. Some thoughts I meant to send you back for a long time. I'm going to skip over a bunch of the nerd shit. He's talking about fucking brain layers 1 through N. Let's call them L1, LN, yada, yada, yada. And then he says, I have no idea what he's talking about there, but then he says, you might be able to make black smarter by changing the time for motor layer development and changing the time for other layers. Like telomeres for the cell are their equivalents for the layers. As you talked about culling the unused neurons in each layer. Each neuron in each layer would get different. Kill yourself if you're not being used instructions. Exactly. I looked up the statistics. Black kids in the US have slower cognitive development and never catch up, which the study, of course, attributed to social factors without any evidence. Fucking these people. And they had faster motor development. I suspect this means their brains are slower at learning high-level concepts because the low-level structures that are optimized for a shorter time. Okay. I think that's just about all I need to read with that. But this is a really smart guy who's also a idiot and also a racist, white supremacist. If you've ever waded into the fucking shallow waters of the IQ debate, yeah, exactly. Flash motor works. This is fucking bell curve shit. This is Charles Murray, fucking a historically illiterate way of looking at the world, where this is essentially the way that, I mean, maybe this isn't the definition of conservatism, but this is a lot of conservative ideas come from this. Conservatives look at the world as it is without any historicity, not sure if that's the right word, with any historical perspective, and they say, look at how people are different. Look at how these people are poor, these people are rich. Well, that must mean that the rich people are better than the poor people. A lot of black people are poor. Oh, that must mean because they're dumb. That must mean because they're stupid. Whereas a lot of white people are rich. Well, that must mean because they're smart. And the poor white people must also be dumb. I guess some white people must have the dumb gene. It's a biological thing because it must be biological. It's a way of looking at the world. And you don't look at the legacy of slavery, the scars of colonialism. You don't look at how, slaves were forbidden to learn how to read. You don't look at the ongoing, the fucking Reconstruction, Jim Crow era, redlining, whatever. You don't look at how, at any of that shit, like lead fucking poisoning. You don't look at any of that shit. You're just like, no. The way it is right now is the way that it would have been no matter what. The way that like Matt Walsh looks at Haiti and he's like, oh, Haiti. Oh, this country's so poor. Oh, it must be because Haitians are like actually the worst. Even for black people, they're bad and violent and stupid. And it's like Haiti is like the most historically oppressed country on earth by France and by the fucking US. They overthrow their slaves in the rebellion successfully. One of the most badass things you could ever do. And then France was like, and you owe us $1 billion. We're going to do reparations for the slave owners back in France. You got to pay us back. And it took them until fucking the 1970s or something. I forget when they paid it off finally, but that crippled them economically. And the U.S. just fucking kept destroying them and overthrowing their government and replacing it with like worse and worse people. And then for you to look at that and be like, well, it must be because Haitians are stupid. It's an idiotic way of looking at the world. In fact, this guy's from fucking Germany, and he should know one of the most interesting studies about IQ is that American German GIs who had children with German women during the war often like abandoned them, and they were raised by their German mothers in Germany, and some of them were black, half black, some of them were white. And if you compare the IQ tests of those kids who are raised in comparatively, equal circumstances, their IQ scores are exactly the same. In fact, the black kids are a little bit higher than the white kids, probably for some other, social reason. I don't know. I don't know exactly why that is. But I imagine it's not genetic. I think that most, if you actually look at studies where they're able to, the rare studies where they're able to take, what does he say? It's often without evidence, often attributed to social factors without having any evidence. Bro, do you think that fucking like white kids have the same social factors as black kids? Like, you're an idiot, Anyway, this sort of shit pisses me off. Anyway, way off topic here, but I didn't want to say this shit without fucking shutting it down. But, so I read this and I immediately thought about another fucking Michael Wolff book, where he talks about Steve Bannon giving Epstein advice for an upcoming 60 Minutes interview. He was given him media training. He was supposed to do an interview on 60 Minutes, Leslie Stahl. And so I'll just read it. Bannon advised Epstein to look into the camera occasionally, not to share his racist theories on how black people learn, and stick to his main message that he was not a pedophile, Wolff writes. He quotes Bannon's feedback to Epstein. You're engaging, you're not threatening, you're natural, you're friendly, you don't look creepy, you're a sympathetic figure. I like to imagine Epstein like writing that on his mirror, saying those affirmations to himself. Now, I think this is something Epstein did a lot. I think Epstein was not that smart. He's like a little bit smart. Whatever. He's probably like slightly above average, like intelligence. When we talk about intelligence, like what we mean when we say intelligence, like obviously there's different types of intelligence, but the traditionally valued one, I think he was slightly above average, but I think he was very good at pretending to be way smarter than he was. And I think one of his strategies was he would talk to people like Joe Shabak and get him to send him a bunch of shit like this, and then he just regurgitate it. When he was in a situation, he'd be like, well, yeah, if you're suggesting layers 1 through n, let's call them L1, and he would pretend. I'm totally guessing it. This is my interpretation. And I think he would just fucking regurgitate this, and he was saying this shit to Bannon to impress him. And imagine Steve Bannon telling you to be less racist. Yeah. That is literally what happened. I mean, I don't think Bannon cared. I think Bannon was probably cool with it all, but I do think Bannon was like, okay, you're going to go on fucking 60 Minutes, bro. This is the belly of the beast, man. Okay? This is not fucking, 4chan. You can't be saying that shit. Do not share your racist theories on how black people learn. Yeah. I always thought that was a wild fucking line, but now I know probably where he got it from. And you can tell like this has been a back and forth. Exactly. I looked at statistics. Black kids in the U.S. have slower cognitive, it looks like some other email or conversation that Epstein had with Josha. He was like, well, obviously in the U.S. black kids are blah, 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 blah. And he's like, yes, it's exactly like you said. Black people are inferior. Obviously white people are smart. If we could fucking fuck with their brains, if we could do some fucking like get out shit, we could fix them. Could help them learn better. You might be able to make blacks smarter. Like, can you believe this shit? Anyway, all right. Okay, that one's fucked up. Sorry about that. Here's a fun one. This one is probably the most fun one. Now, I noticed that Epstein was like one thing that I want to look more into is the letters that Epstein sent himself. Epstein would send himself notes. I think these ones are really interesting. This one is fucking awesome. One sec. It's called Radical Breakthroughs. Radical Breakthroughs. Remember how we were just saying Epstein's probably not that smart? Well, here's a peek inside Epstein's brain. He sends this to himself from Jeffrey E. G. Vacation to Jeffrey Epstein G. Vacation. Here we go. Let's hear these little words, pearls of wisdom. All right. Pedophile pearls of wisdom. Number 1, beards and long hair are meant to catch and hold smells? Question mark? All right. Visual system, coherent image, FFT, equivalent for sound. Making a coherent sound? Does it make a coherent concept? I mean, I don't think that makes sense. By the way, you should know, Epstein did not smoke weed or do drugs of any kind. He was very against it. So before you're like, oh, this guy was like hitting a bong. No, he wasn't. No, he actually wasn't. He actually was not. 3, a mental object, i.e. mobject. Let's call it a mental object. Let's call it a mobject. Action on mental objects? Question mark? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. 4, hope, opposite of despair. Bias, internal system. Accessing reserves. Hope, opposite of despair. Bias, internal system, accessing reserves. That I feel like I can almost figure out what he's talking about there, but I don't get it. Hope, opposite, yes. A goblin object, i.e. gobject. There you go, yes. Gobject. What is our gobjective? Gobjective. Hope, is he saying that when you're hopeful, you are accessing reserves in a biased way in your mind? Something like that, right? Anyway, I don't know. Number 5, writing is unnatural. Oh, okay, yeah. Of course you would think writing is unnatural, Epstein. The worst fucking writer ever. Asymmetric speed. Not good for everyone. Linear. Slow. Rule-based. Okay, that's it. Linear, slow, rule-based. Writing is unnatural. He's like, I have a thought. He's at one of his fucking salons with all the other scientists. I have a thought. Writing is unnatural, isn't it? It's bad. And that means it's bad. I only do natural things. That's why I wait until a girl has had her period. Sorry, I made that less fun. But it's not good for everyone. Linear, slow, rule-based. I mean, I guess that is true. Writing isn't good for everyone. Some people don't learn well that way or whatever. Number 6. Nose test. Telepathy. That's it. Nose test, telepathy. What? What did he mean by that? Nose test, telepathy. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, no. I think he was for sure dyslexic. And again, we've got some dyslexic people in the chat. Nothing wrong with being dyslexic. Nothing wrong at all with being just dyslexic. It's just, it's bad to be Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, using an iPad, far more natural. Yeah, the way that Epstein sent all his things. Yeah, what if Epstein didn't take drugs, but it was really to sleep deprivation and those tanks where you float with no input that basically make you trip? Maybe. That could definitely be. He could have been like a Joe Rogan guy. Number 7, skin as part of brain? Meme brain? That's so funny. Skin? What if skin is part of the brain? After all, brain is part of the membrane. Membrane? Remember? The brain? Membrane? Membrane. That is unhinged shit there. Skin as part of brain. And what did he call this again? Radical breakthrough. These are his radical breakthroughs. Oh my God. That one's great. Number 8, ideas or brain connections as knots, slices, tangles, links, loops. Is space knotted? And the speed of light simply mean one time around. Obviously a constant. What? What do you mean? Is space knotted and the speed of light simply mean one time around? Obviously a constant. What are you talking about, dude? The speed of light, speed of light is just a speed that something goes. One time around would have to be a duration of time. It doesn't make sense. The speed of light isn't like, the speed of light is in like kilometers per second or something, right? Like, that's just how fast it goes based on our units of measurement and our units of time. You can't just translate the speed of light to a distance around a fucking universal knot. That isn't anything. Anyway, obviously a constant. See, this guy's not a genius. Next, 9. Intelligent on surface needs larger surface area, hence replication. What? Oh, I think he's talking about the brain and the folds in the brain. The folds in the brain where it's like, you know, the more folds there are on the brain, the more surface area it has. Theoretically, the smarter you are. I mean, maybe that is true. I've heard that. I don't know if that's true. It's like some animal brains, you look at them, like they don't have all the folds that our brain has. Like you look mouse brain. Look at a mouse brain. It ain't got no folds in that thing. Where are the folds in that thing? You know, like here's an actual mouse brain. Ain't no folds. Human brain, lots of folds, more surface area. So I don't know. I mean, like maybe. Hence replication. I don't know what he means by replication. Anyway, weird. Yeah, smooth brains. Yeah, that was like an insult, an internet insult recently, right? Smooth brain. You're all smooth brain. Time cube. Wait, did I miss something about time cubes? Okay. Next, does the eye transmit information? I mean, yeah. Yes, the eye transmits information. I always thought it was cool how when you look at somebody across a crowded room or just on the street, if you make eye contact with someone, I mean, you do transfer information, and it's very intense in the way that you know for 100% certain that they are looking at you and you are looking at them, and they know that you're looking at them. It's like a really intense, like it's almost like two radio signals meeting or something. It's really awkward if it's with a stranger, right? You meet eyes and you're like, oh fuck, like eye contact's intense. And of course, you also get information based on like how the eyelid is moving around it. You can sort of pick up on how people are feeling and whatever. But I don't know, it's weird. All right, here's one. Fear is pain in the future. Sort of. I mean, that's sort of true. It's not pain, but it's in anticipation of pain or something bad, at least. Maybe not physical pain, but it's, I mean, if we're not talking about physical pain, we could also say fear is a type of emotional pain. It's not good, not fun to feel fear. Fear is pain in the future. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. That almost feels like something that would get embroidered into like a really like goth grandma's whatever wall stuff. Number 12. Music is horizontal and vertical information. Melody, prosody, harmony be looked at to re-engineer the brain. Harmony, FFT, symphonic learning. Okay, musical therapy. Music is horizontal and vertical information. What? No, it's not. I mean, music is waves, which do go out in a three-dimensional space, horizontally, vertically, and the other one, depthly. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that one's just weird. It doesn't really mean anything. Individual versus the group? Question mark? Okay. Yeah, you've named two things. All senses act in a narrow band. Survival, fitness. That's it. 15. Drive motivation. Goal? Deception. And see, you feel like he was running out of ideas at this point. His brain was not... his brain folds were retreating. This didn't have enough surface area here. Deception and its role in biology. I mean, that definitely sounds like something that he'd be interested in. Deception and its role in biology. Especially as obsessed as he was with like evolution, and he knowing himself as a fucking deceptive motherfucker, and also thinking of himself as a superior life form. Power, financial, physical, mental. Okay, yes, those are different types of power. Power laws and probability. Gravity? Okay. Yeah, no one's ever thought about individuals versus the group. That could be a useful contrast. Plants, communication, surface area. Again with the surface area thing. Similarity to whomness. Okay, similarity to humans. Do we get plant diseases? Okay. Biology. NP complete? What does that mean? Non-compete? Not complete? No problem complete? I don't know. 21. Sense calculation matrix. Sound receiver and transioni. Gesture. Tunch. Temp pressure. Location. Sight. Frequency. Temp. Location. Movement. Smell. Transmit. Receive. Volatile. Amplitude. Disgust. Is location a sense? Near food? Direction. To food? That's his longest one, I think. Sense calculation matrix. Okay, so MP complete is a math term? Is it? Okay, so that wasn't a typo. All right. I'm guessing, okay, sense calculation matrix. I mean, I guess the brain takes in information from your senses and tells you shit. Like, you might smell something and be like, oh, there's food nearby. You might hear something and be like, oh, I know where in my area that food is. But, and I guess that's what he's saying. Is location a sense? Near food? Direction to food? I mean, I don't know. It sort of sounds like he was just hungry. 23. Power of words. Questions. A1 to the -1. Belief. Survival mechanism for some. Placebo. Okay, sure. Yeah. Belief. Hope. Something like that. Placebo pill. You believe it works and it works. All right. Sure. This one. Taste. Food. Kissing. Okay, sure. 27. Mortality tables. Why? Points on the distribution. Wittgenstein. They're so fucking all over the place. Yeah. Oh, maybe A1 is AI. AI to the -1. It probably was AI because he did hang out with a lot of AI guys, including the guy Josha and the godfather of AI, Marvin Minsky. Yeah, these would have crushed on Rogan. If this guy did it, if Epstein had managed to get on Rogan in like the 2000s or whatever, I guess Rogan didn't have a podcast then. Wait, when did Rogan's podcast start? Let's look this up. Joe Rogan podcast started when? 2009. Yo, that was a major fumble. He could have gotten on Rogan's podcast. Honestly, he probably could have gotten his podcast like even after 2011 when shit started coming out. Like based on the people Joe Rogan had on his podcast, he'd be like, okay, this guy's been accused of some pretty vile shit, but he does believe in race science. So let's have him on. I got to work on my Rogan impression, that's for sure. All right, where were we? This one's funny. Money, agreements, debt, power, value, wealth, cost. Okay. Dreaming all day long. That's a radical breakthrough. Dreaming all day long. Only 6 senses? Microbiome, antibiotics, recall smell, psyche, memory, etc. There's a bunch of these on smell, eh? And senses. Only 6 senses? Can we smell a sense calculation matrix and tell us if food is nearby, direction to food? And what was one of the ones like smell is, what was it? Nose test, telepathy. This guy thought a lot about smell. And here's another similar one. Eye transmission. He had another one that was like, do eyes transmit information? Numbers, not good for many things. Luck, what is it? Mortality tables. Signal processing, noise, exception. And then there's a list of people. Gromov, Deepak, Church, Martin, Hopkins, Danny, Joshua Watson. There's Josha's name. That guy we just looked at. Josha, the racist. Chomsky. I didn't get into any of the Chomsky stuff. You guys know how I feel about Chomsky. I am going to have to be harder on Chomsky from now on. we've to quote Nancy Pelosi's daughter, we've all got to drop our shit. It's difficult to be objective, mentally objective, objective. Anyway, names a bunch of people. Who else? Teal, Bannon. He names Barack. I mean, this might just be have nothing to do with any of this. And then here's like a really disconnected thing. Membrane computing, FFT, energy to deconstruct harmony knots, the explainer, survival, matrix algebra, senses, face image recognition, focus. Okay, whatever. Anyway, yeah, what a fucking weirdo. Objectively speaking, this guy is strange. Yeah. I just thought this was hilarious when I came across it. But I came across it because I was looking up the letters he sends himself, and I found a bunch of letters where Epstein is sending lists of names. In fact, he replied to this message. So again, this was a message sent to himself. Subject forward, radical breakthrough. And he's listing people's names. Khashoggi, Bunker, Hunt, George Mitchell, Wayne Owens, Prince Andrew, Princess Met, Princess Sophie, Princess Alexander, Princess Melusine. Now, there's 3 of these. So I got them all. To Jeffrey from Jeffrey. One of them is called Contacts. Again, list of names. Here's the Radical Breakthrough one, list of names. And this one is called List for Bannon Steve, list of names. This one's maybe the most interesting, List of Bannon Steve. But they're all very similar. There's a lot of similar names, crossing over with each other. And I cannot help but feel, what's going on with this? What's happening? Why is he sending himself these lists of names? Because people are always talking about an Epstein list. People have been talking about an Epstein list from, before 2019. Is this it? Is this his list of people? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe? Because, a lot of the guys who... So, I have my own Epstein list. Here's my Google Sheets page. Here's my big fucking Epstein connections master list here. And, if you look at, I've got here, I'll put it in order here, A to Z. Hang on. These are my, that's not supposed to be there. These are my list of people. They're all highlighted in red. These are the guys who I think are, had underage girls trafficked to them. All of the people that Virginia accused and a few others. Now, let's look at, I also put in, I've added to my thing here, I've added all of Epstein's self-emailed lists. So if we put these A to Z, look at this. Almost all of my guys are on there. Who's not on there? Okay, well, there's a chunk. David Copperfield, Ghislaine Maxwell, Glenn Gentile, Glenn Dubin, Harvey Weinstein, Jean-Luc Brunel, Epstein himself, Kimball Musk, Elon's brother, Les Wexner. Interesting. Okay. But all these other guys are on there. Yeah, Copperfield and Blaine. He liked magicians. I mean, to be fair, doesn't everybody like a little bit of magic? Couldn't everybody use a little bit more magic in their life? I know, I could. I'll change my lighting setup a little bit. I feel like I'm looking over this way a lot, and I'm losing the pink on my face. Anyway, whatever. Okay, it's fine. Oh yes, definitely. This guy was definitely neurodivergent. I think he was diagnosed with ADHD. And he said that his ADHD was the reason that he needed to have sex 3 times a day, every day, with underage girls. He's like, I'm neurodivergent. Okay, I'm just neurospicy. I mean, for me, I use Adderall, but I guess to each their own. But yeah, so yeah, he names all these guys. And he names a few other people. And I haven't done all of this yet. I haven't gone through all of this shit. But I started searching for some of these names. Because I was like, who's this? Who are all these princesses? Right? Like he names, I think in the first one here, he names, or maybe it's the second one. Oh, it was Radical Breakthroughs. Yeah. He names a bunch of royalty. He goes Prince Andrew. Obviously, we know Prince Andrew, or, not Prince Andrew anymore, now just Andrew. Princess Met, Princess Sophie, Princess Alexandra. So I looked up all these guys, right? Princess Met is probably the crown princess of Norway. Met Marit, as she's known. Princess Met. So this must have been someone who Epstein met and married. Met Marit, the crown princess of Norway. Princess Sophie. Now this could be two people. Could be Sophie, the Duchess of Edinburgh, or Prince Edward's, who is Prince Edward's wife, or possibly Swedish Princess Sophia, that's spelled with an F. Now, okay, I'm going to jump to a different topic. How many names have you not figured out who they are? Quite a few, unfortunately. There's one, actually, before we move into this next section, there's one I think is kind of funny. So hang on. This one. And this is for the list for Bannon Steve, which I think is the most suspicious, because why is he sending Steve Bannon a list of people? Who do you think this is? Axel Botstein. See this? Axel Botstein. Who do you guys think that might be? Axel Botstein. Any guesses? Axel is not really a name. I mean, I guess it could be Axel F., the crazy frog, or someone who with the same name as him. I guess Axel could be a name. Axel could be like a cool nickname, maybe, or maybe it is a name. Who knows? But okay. I don't think anybody wants to guess. I'm gonna just say who I think it is. I think Axel is probably Alex. Axel Botstein. You know who I think of? Little lady named Lois Griffin. Lois Griffin, voiced by Alex Borstein. Now, I don't know. Hey, this is I looked for her name, doesn't show up at any point in the entire emails, but Axel Botstein does show up. I don't know. I mean, what? She was okay, she's from north of Chicago. Deerfield, Illinois. She's Jewish. Father's from Atlanta. Okay, I mean, looks like she went to LA. So I don't know exactly where she might have crossed paths with Epstein. Oh, Marvelous Miss Maisel, was that shot in New York? Probably not. Well, it doesn't really say. Acme Comedy Theater, that's in Chicago, right? Oh, no, it's in Hollywood, Los Angeles. Yeah. Spag. Jackson Douglas. Anyway. Whatever. I don't know what the heck she would be in there for, but Axel Botstein, whoever we think that is. What the heck are you doing in the emails, Lois? Yeah. Peter. She has such a specific voice. I definitely can't do it. Oh, what am I looking at here? You sending me another Axel. Oh. Well, I don't want to join LinkedIn. Do I have to? I don't want to. LinkedIn, by the way, was created by someone who shows up in the Epstein emails quite a bit. Reed. What's his name? I always forget. There's a couple of Reeds that are involved here. There's Reed Hoffman, was it? Reed. Yeah, Reed Hoffman. And he actually does show up on the lists here as well. Right? Reed Hoffman. Oh, anyway, I don't want to look through it all. But yeah. Hannah Vincent. I think you might be, I mean, I guess there's no way you could hear me, but I think, Hannah, you're in the past. I think you're watching the thing that I did a long time ago. Hannah, if you can hear me, fast forward to the part where I say this. Oh, how can we get a, whatever. First result from Googling Axel Botstein. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, here is something kind of crazy. This is Stacey Plaskett. She is the envoy? What is it? What is her official title? Oh, geez. Stacey Plaskett is the... Here's an article from a while ago. 2023. The First Lady? No, hang on. Plaskett. Ah, what? I didn't mean to click on that. Get out of here. No, I won't turn off ads. Stop trying to stop me from learning. I have a thirst for knowledge. What the heck is this? Why? Miami Herald, really? All right, fine. I'll turn off ads. That's not worth the effort. Yes, okay. You're going to make me pause on this site. All right, I'll turn off ads. But if I see an ad and I get scared, then I'm suing you. Plaskett. So Plaskett was the delegate to Congress representing the U.S. Virgin Islands, the part of the Caribbean that is where Epstein's Little St. James Island was. Instant malware, yeah, Miami Herald. And Epstein gave her a bunch of money. We have some communications. Cecile de Jong wrote Epstein, Plaskett needs to raise about $75,000 between now and August. Now, Plaskett, let's skip ahead. He donated her like a fuckload of money, like tens of thousands of dollars, if not more. And Plaskett is one of the politicians who refused to give any of it back. And she sort of let Epstein do what he wanted in the Caribbean. She was definitely very friendly with Epstein and his island and the shit that he needed from her. She was a connection who ended up helping him a lot. Now, this is cray-cray. This is absolutely cray-cray. 1 second. Here is a... No, I don't want the article, actually. I just want the video. Hang on. I had it. Plaskett. I know I sent it in a... Here it is. So here's a video of Plaskett in Congress. Here we go. 1 sec. Wow. Here's a video of Plaskett in Congress, the Washington Post. Now we have like Epstein's text messages.
This was when Barack Obama.
From the same sort of thing when we saw Bannon. I think it's from the iTunes account because it's like Epstein was texting on his iPad on like iMessage or whatever. So we have all these text messages. And he sent a bunch of messages to Stacey Plaskett, who's on the right here, while she was in the Congress questioning Michael Cohen, Trump's old fixer. Now, she was texting Epstein. Now, I don't think this is a unforgivable, horrible thing. I don't think this was a bad use of Epstein's friendship, but it is crazy to see Epstein texting her while she's in Congress. And what happens here? So watch this.
Was president of the United States.
He's texts her, "Are you chewing?"
And while we were once driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago,
she texts him back.
Only black people
not anymore.
live that way.
She was chewing. Now, Epstein texts her this. Cohen, that's Michael Cohen, the guys we interviewed, brought up Rona. The way it's paused, you can't read, but it says, Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets. He tells Stacey Plaskett. So this is something that, like, Epstein knows Cohen. Epstein knows Trump. Epstein was in this world deeply embedded, and he knows, like, he's giving her, like, advice on what to ask about, right? He hates Trump, too. So he's like, yo, Rona, that's something to push on.
Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
But he's a horrible communicator. What the fuck does that mean?
Over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled this committee
phone.
even today in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that.
And she goes, Rona? She's like, what the fuck do you mean?
Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record, yes or no?
Yes.
Question, you helped out the president's campaign
She goes, quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym?
or were involved in the campaign.
Like, this is like I guess like she's the next person to question. She's like, no, you got to tell me. Like, what do you mean? The keeper of secrets. What the fuck is Rona?
Representative is a spokesman, even in your words today.
And then he texts her back. That's his assistant. Cohen's assistant.
It was your idea for
Just
the
in
campaign
time.
dating back to 2011. Is that accurate, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump Organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So, Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
Uh-huh.
The
You got to
Trump
quickly give us
Organization.
as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is the Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate
Oh, sorry, Trump's assistant, who Epstein called keeper of the secrets.
many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his.
And he sends her,
She's
good work.
involved in a lot that went on.
Isn't that nuts? So Epstein is like fucking pulling strings, bro. Or sis, or everyone, fam. Pulling strings, fam. Epstein's pulling strings. He's back at his fucking home. He's watching C-SPAN. He's watching Michael Cohen get fucking interrogated. And he's fucking giving some fucking like weak points to Stacey Plaskett. And she's asking about it. It's just, oh my God, it's crazy. It's crazy that Epstein is like an actual guy who did the shit that conspiracy theorists talk about. Like, not just the fucking pedophile stuff, which he did do. This guy was making fucking shit happen. Yes, he was a mover. He was doing shit. I'm blown away by it, man. I'm blown away by it. I just can't. I don't even know. I don't even know how to react to this. Oh God. Just wild. Wild stuff. All right. How much more do we have? Okay, we only got a couple more left. I'm gonna get through it all tonight. It looks like I'm gonna get through it all tonight. This one, okay. You haven't heard about this. You may have heard about some of the shit I've gone over. This one, I think I might be the first English speaker to stumble on this. So this is from another name. Oh, actually, no. This is when I was searching for a name that I got from that list, Princess Sophia. I was like, who's Princess Sophia? Like, let's see if she's in the thing. And I found this. I stumbled onto this whole can of worms. So this is a woman. She's not on English Wikipedia, but she is on Swedish Wikipedia. Her name is Barbro Einbaum. Her name is Barbro. First name, hilarious, Barbro. Second name, Enbaum. Whoa, okay. Your second name is Enbaum. I didn't even realize that. Oh, God, this is the first time I've said it out loud, I guess. Enbaum. Oh, man. Is it like a law that fucking Swedish people have to have names that are hilarious in English? Barbro Enbaum. All right. Dropping the N-bomb here. This is her. She's an economist professor. I think she's a celebrity in Sweden. And I wonder if it's on here already. Now, she started this thing called BBB, which stands for Barbro's Best and Brightest. And it was a women's awards ceremony. So I've just translated this to English. So this is just a Google Translate job. There's an award ceremony for young women in Sweden. A lot of blondes, I imagine. There's a lot of like college age, young women. Kind of like very much Epstein's type, right? She ran this thing, Better Business Bureau, BBB. She started it as the Female Economist of the Year, a scholarship awarded annually to an outstanding female student at the Stockholm School of Economics. Then she founded the BBB network, Barbro's Best and Brightest, for young ambitious women, are initially only for students at the economics school, but later broadened to include women from other universities and other fields. BBB currently has more than 200 members. The School of Economics terminated its collaboration with N-Bomb in 2020 in connection with the attention paid to the female economist of the year's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. In 2022, allegations were made that N-Bomb had invited several fellows to meet Epstein. Now, okay, so think about what this means. She ran a giant award thing for women. It had about 200 members. In 2020, it was discovered that allegations were made in 2022. So in 2020, I think it was discovered that Epstein had donated money and even showed up to one of these things. 2022, allegations from some of the young women. Hey, you invited us to meet Epstein. You brought us to you were like, hey, meet and greet. Here's Jeffrey Epstein, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't look good. School of Economics terminated its collaboration with her. Okay, that doesn't look good at all. That does not look good at all. But, and now I found this, so I could not find any articles in English about this. So this is all Google translated. This is from an article from questions posed by the journalists. Details have emerged that some recipients of the Female Economist of the Year scholarship were invited by Barbara N-Bomb, the founder of the scholarship, to meet Jeffrey Epstein. According to the journalists, this has been confirmed by Barbara N-Bomb. It is astonishing and regrettable if these details are correct. We strongly dissociate ourselves from all aspects of this. Okay, all right. So this is from the economics school, I guess, that's parted ways with her after this. Now, so far, that sounds pretty bad, right? Well, it doesn't sound awful. But then I found these emails. Okay, you ready to see something crazy? This is nuts, and I wouldn't even show you how. I wouldn't even bother explaining who Barbara was and the shit that we already knew. I mean, Swedish people already knew. People in the Swedish fucking economist world knew. If this wasn't going to be fucking some salacious shit. All right, ready? Here we go. This is the email that popped up when I searched Princess Sophia. Oh no, wait. This is the email. Sorry. Here we go. You ready? I'm hyping this up probably too much, but just wait. Okay. Oh no, that's not the right. Sorry, it's not the right one. Wait. Barbara Archive. HH. Oh. Okay, hang on. No, I gotta actually look it up. 1 second. Going to look it up. Barbara N-Bomb. Could this be? Or you know what I should search is Princess Sophia, because that's where I found it. I think there's only one result. Don't worry, all of this part will be cut out when we do the cut down version. Princess Sophia. Princess Sophia. There you go. Here it is. Guys, I found it. Princess Sophia. Okay. So this is from Barbara N-Bomb to Jeffrey Epstein. Dear Jeffrey, and this is in 2017. Dear Jeffrey, huge thanks for giving BBB another chance. We have 200 quite fantastic young women, including a minister, an ambassador, Lisa, a professor, your Anna, a princess, Sophia, and the other 196 are doing pretty good as well. Lots of young girls in Sweden now dream of joining BBB. We really build something unique and worthwhile. Young Dean at Stockholm School of Economics is an idiot to throw it all out, but now it's time to develop it smartly. So I guess the dean at the Stockholm School of Economics stopped funding BBB, and so she was getting Epstein funding, and she was like, thank you so much for the money. We've got lots of young girls. They're really cool. And she mentions your Anna, a professor, your Anna, like somebody that he knows, I guess. And going on here. All right, chill out in the comments here, GP5787. All right, this is like a long-ass stream. I've only had like 5 days to prepare for this. It's hard. All right, try streaming yourself sometime. Where were we? I will do a famous. Okay, this one. She goes, I will. I'm going on the radio. She says, I will talk about the girls and my blind date long ago with a Donald Trump. Haha. Anyway, please see details for the money transaction below. Adita is my banker and a super person. I'm leaving tomorrow night if anything. Also, if you send me a cell phone number, I can start sending your photos. I can send you photos from BBB. Rather than, much easier than email. Tack, sweetheart, for continuing believing in BBB. Cram BE. What the hell does any of that mean? I don't know. But, okay. So a couple things here. She's going to send him photos. She went on a date with Donald Trump. Okay, well, I mean, whatever. That's fine. I mean, that's bad, but whatever. That doesn't mean that you're trafficking women. What the fuck is up with this stuff? Like sending you photos, giving him kind of like a little menu here. We got a minister, an ambassador, Lisa, professor, your Anna, someone maybe he's been with before. All right, that's bad. This one's worse. In context. So she sends him this one. Dear Jeffrey, I'm sorry I did not call back yesterday. I was exhausted from a crazy week. I fell asleep as soon as I came home. Anyway, here's the full... She sends Epstein the full program and attendee list. This is the Globalization Summit. I invited Bill Clinton too when I met him in Stockholm last summer. But he's a bit busy, I gather. Okay? She's sending Epstein the... That's weird. Here, Epstein, come meet 200 young Swedish girls. I'm going to give you a full program and attendee list with photos. And this is a different year. This is 2012. That other one was 2018. So this is something that he would go to every year. I imagine this was probably something that he really likes to go to. Blah, blah, blah. Moving on. She's trying to get him to go to Stockholm. I'm raising a fundraiser for Congresswoman Diana DeJet of Colorado in New York City. She's the only one with a scientific agenda, and she's just super, if anything. I'm hoping on your involvement. So she was just like milking Epstein for money. Now, this is the part where I was like, holy shit. Okay. So she sends him this already super sus. Sending him the list of attendees, right? In the program. He writes back to her, who is your wife choice this year? See that? From Epstein to Barbro. And she sent him this long thing. Oh my God, I can't wait to see you. Hope I can count on your support in New York. Here's a list of attendees. Oh, by the way, I'm doing this. Oh, science is so important. He writes her back, who is your wife choice this year? Your wife choice this year. Like she always gives him a wife choice. What the hell? All right. She sends back, she is the one. Now, SALSS 4 days. I don't know what that means. We'll get back to you next week. But she is the one. I don't know if there was an attachment or something like that. I don't know what. But it sure seems like this is she's giving him a menu of girls there. He's saying, who's your wife choice this year? Like, as in every year she has and by the way, my number one pick for your wife is this girl. I think you would really like her. And it seems like she's giving him a wife choice. And we know that women have talked about her introducing Epstein to them at this event, the BBB summit. This is fucked up. She's like pimping out. She's running a fucking award thing for, promising young women in Sweden. And she's pimping them out to Jeffrey Epstein. That's fucked up. Anyway, I haven't seen anybody talk about this. I stumbled into this and then I fell down a rabbit hole. Very weird. But I imagine Barbro is not having a good day. Is somebody dropped an N-bomb on her, you might say. I wonder, can we check? Barbro N-bomb. Hilarious name. Barbro N-bomb. And we'll go news. Okay, well, 3 days. Yeah, no, there's been some shit. There's been some shit about her in the last 1 day, 3 days. There's been 3 Swedish articles. Did they find the same letters I found? Probably. All right. All right. I feel like trying to get Google Translate to work here. All right, Google Translate, do your stuff. Where's my Google Translate at? Translate page. Translate to English. There we go. Boom. Blow. Page couldn't be translated. Nah, try again. You can do it. No, I believe you can do it. There we go. Yes, they found it. Oh, and I didn't even find this one. Okay, this one's crazy. Thousands of new documents are being released into the private email inbox of convicted sex offender. There are previously unknown emails between convicted sex offender billionaire and Swedish financier Barbara. Oh, she's also a financier? Oh, interesting. Thought about you, but she might not be the Swedish girl we're looking for, Enbaum writes in one of her emails. And what, is that it? Huh? Oh, no, wait. Oh, no. Okay, that's just a thing in the middle of the page. In the United States, pressure more, blah, 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 blah. Barbara Enbaum has many years of experience on Wall Street, has been a mentor to Princess Sophia, who she also appeared to offer to Epstein, runs the network Barbara's Best and Brightest, BBB. Several of the women in BBB met Jeffrey Epstein in New York and Paris. Oh, it wasn't even in Sweden. It was in New York and Paris. Okay, wow. Several of them say they were subjected to advances and abuse. Oh, my God. New details about Epstein and Enbaum's contacts are emerging. Among other things, the Swedish entrepreneur writes, she met a superb girl in a church on Gotland. She was so beautiful, writes Enbaum, and continues, I thought about you, but she might not be the Swedish girl we're looking for. In 2012, 4 years after Epstein was first convicted of sex crimes, he asks Barbara Enbaum who her choice of wife is for him this year. Okay, that's the one we just looked at. Barbara Enbaum attaches a picture of a woman. I knew there was an attachment. Okay, I don't know how to tell what the attachments are. I guess I must be missing out on something here. Attaches a picture of a woman who she describes as both smart and sensual. Yo. Are you kidding me? Enbaum, please. That's crazy. Oh, SALSS? Oh, sorry. Okay, you got it. SALSS is the Swedish American Life Science Summit. Okay. And is that where they would do the BBB, Barbara's Best and Brightest? At one point in 2017, Enbaum writes, thanks for a donation, calls him sweetheart. Thank you so much for giving BBB another chance. Emphasizing the network includes successful women such as a minister and Princess Sophia. Epstein, oh, and look at this. Okay, I missed out on this one. Epstein confirms the donation by replying, she's been to my house. I'll give you the $25K you need. It is unknown who Epstein's talking about, but he gets a response, you are the best. Wow, okay, dang. Okay, when I first stumbled on this, I looked for stuff and I couldn't find anything. So this is like a few days later. Swedish media has found this shit. Like I knew this was gonna blow up. Wow. I'll talk to the girls about my blind date with Donald Trump a long time ago. Anyway, see the details for the money transfer below. Wow, what a fucking piece of shit person this is. Like running a fucking thing, like running a feminist, women, the promising women of Sweden's future, and using that as a fucking, and getting funding for that by fucking offering them to this American billionaire. Like, what a fucking piece of shit. Wow. She's previously said she did not learn of Epstein's crimes until after his death in 2019. Well, maybe you didn't know about those crimes, but you did help him do other crimes. You were very helpful to him in exchange for thousands of dollars. To Flamin, which first reported on the new emails, she says she had no comment. I don't want to talk about this. It's okay. There will be another day how it really was, but there won't be anything now. Jesus Christ. Wild. Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't really need to read all of these, but I feel like this is going to be a big deal. There are very few very few emails that are this incriminating. Who was your choice for wife this year? This one is both beautiful and sensual. I don't know what other, she says, oh, one day you'll know how it really was. I think I can hazard a guess. Yeah, pretty nuts. Okay. Finally. Well, not finally. There's a couple more. Bannon. There's a bunch of Bannon stuff. Let's talk about the movie. So, for those of you who don't know, I've talked about this on stream before. I think I actually talked about it on stream a little bit. Oh, whoops. No, that's not what I meant. There we go. I've talked about it on this stream. Steve Bannon, late in life friend of Epstein's, he hung out with Epstein all the time, and he was trying to help Epstein get ready to be interviewed on 60 Minutes. And in 2021, he dropped a trailer where he had apparently recorded 15 hours of interviews with Epstein. And he was hoping to use them for a documentary he was calling Monsters, Epstein's Life Among the Global Elite. So we actually have a trailer. In 2021, he dropped it. It's, okay, I won't play the full thing. I'll play a little bit to give you an idea, though.
Next month marks 2 years since the death of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein inside a New York City jail.
We were underage. We were little girls.
So all the spooky audio. Now, there's only a few clips of Epstein, so I'll play you those. These are the clips from these interviews he took.
To encounter.
Oh, yeah,
You own an island.
Go back a little bit earlier because it looks like it cut out a bit.
He lived essentially like he was Gatsby. He was an absolutely terrifying person to encounter. You own an island. True. Right? Thank you very much. Two islands. The island.
I own 2 islands. Thank you very much. I own Little St. James and Big St. James.
So Dr. Moreau. Correct.
Islands of Dr. Moreau. Correct. Is it too loud? Sorry. Can turn it down. Let me turn that way down. Boom.
Jeffrey Epstein was
Turn it up a little bit. So,
a billionaire New York businessman whose vast wealth brought an arrogance that knew no limit.
It's all just fucking news clips and then a couple of clips of the actual interviews. So we don't need to see the news clips. Let's just watch
His relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
I made my living from old thinking, but the future is for the way women think.
Oh.
The way women think.
That's correct.
Is that not a sop because of all the depravity you've done against young women? And your new sop is that their women's thinking is the future?
No, I've always believed that women would be, in fact, be able to take over. I'm a firm believer and supporter of Time's Up.
Oh, okay. So, all right. Feminist ally Jeffrey Epstein. I believe women are the future. The future is female. He's like sitting there wearing like a pussy hat. Yes. No. Actually, big fan of Hillary Clinton. Used to meet up with her at a basement of pizza shop all the time. More news clips. I'm not even sure if there is any more. Oh, there is. Okay. More news clips. Here we go.
Jeffrey Epstein.
The greatest threat to people put in solitary confinement is they try to kill themselves. Imagine that. You're only in a room for 24 hours, you start to go crazy.
Oh, that's interesting. The Monsters. Epstein's Life Among the Global Elite. Not the monster, not Epstein is a monster. The Epstein's life among the global elite. So keep in mind, Bannon is a fascist who is completely psychopathic, does not care at all about who was raped who was done what evil deeds his friends have accomplished. He only cares about what they can do for him. Now, we're going to get a little bit into Epstein and Bannon's friendship in a second, but I want to talk about this first. This documentary never came out. And let's get into it a little bit. So Michael Wolff, again, this guy, he knows a lot about Epstein. He introduced Bannon to Epstein. He says this. Bannon had worked with convicted pedophile and sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, soon before Epstein's arrest. Wolf described their taped encounters as media training for a 60 Minutes interview that would never happen. Bannon said he recorded 15 hours of interviews with Epstein for a previously unannounced documentary on Epstein's perversions and depravity. Wolf said he worked off transcripts of what Epstein evidently believes to be practice interviews. And you can kind of get that sense from watching those 3 short clips that we got, especially the one where Epstein says he's a feminist and a supporter of Time's Up, where it's like, Epstein, like, I'm going to give you a media training for a tough interview. So I'm going to ask you tough questions, and then we'll be able to look at how you respond. You'll be able to see how you look on camera. And so that moment he's like, well, actually, I think the future is female. And Bannon's like, aren't you just saying that to mask all the depravity and evil things you've done? And you can see Epstein kind of chuckle, because like Bannon's his friend, and he knows Bannon doesn't care, right? According to author Michael Wolff, there's no question the point wasn't exposure, it was spin. There's no question the tapes were media training, he tells Hollywood Reporter, and there's no possible way Epstein would have signed off on them being used in a documentary. That's what he says. Let's just watch that clip again, because I think it's this one. Yeah, where you see Epstein really smile.
Thinking, but the future is for the way women think.
The way women think.
That's correct.
Is that not a sop because of all the depravity you've done against young women? And your new sop is that their women's thinking is the future?
No, I've always believed that women would be able to take over. I'm a firm believer and supporter of Time's Up.
Yeah, I just like don't you get the vibe? The way he laughs here.
Depravity you've done against young women, and your new sop is that their women's thinking is the future.
Like he's laughing. He's like. He's talking to his one of his bros, right? Anyway, it's speculation, but I mean, we have a little bit of evidence here. Yes, these can be legally subpoenaed, and they are currently owned, as I'm about to get to, I think. These tapes, 15 hours of Bannon asking Epstein hard-hitting journalistic questions that Epstein never wanted to be released. Apparently, according to Michael Wolff, anyway. Asking him these questions, and they've never have been released, but they're currently owned by Epstein's estate. And Epstein's estate is where we got the emails and the birthday book and everything. Like, by the way, guys, I don't know if I made this clear. The shit that's being released, everything that's being released, those are not the Epstein files that like the FBI has. FBI has all this shit, obviously, but like they have a bunch of other shit too. The shit that we're seeing released by the House Democrats and by the Republicans and everything, these are from Epstein's estate. The 2 lawyers, I forget their names, but there's 2 lawyers looking after his estate who are cooperating with all of these subpoenas they're getting. They're like, okay, sure, here's the birthday book. Yeah, here's all of his emails. Here is this. They also have these 15 hours of tapes. Release that shit. Subpoena that shit. Fucking Rocada, Marjorie Taylor Greene, get on that. Like, Thomas Massey, we need to see this. This would be super interesting, like really good. According to Wolff, Epstein would never have allowed his practice hard-hitting interviews with Bannon ever see the light of day. It was too raw and too revealing, and they actually belong to Jeffrey Epstein's estate, says Wolff. Even if the tapes survive, Wolff says Bannon may not have access to them. Along with the rest of the billionaire's estate, they would likely be in the possession of Epstein's co-executors. Darren Indike and accountant Richard Kahn. And here's a video about them subpoenaing stuff. And then I was also saying, please also subpoena Michael Wolff. This guy has 100 hours of interview footage with Epstein that we haven't heard. Oh my God. I mean, that might happen soon because we found a lot of shit from those emails about his connection to Michael Wolff. Now, so that's what we knew before. New shit on that. We actually have some text between Epstein and Bannon about his movie. But turns out Epstein was kind of on board with this movie. This wasn't something that he came up with afterwards. Now this is now how do I read these again? So these are texts. 337, 341. Okay, sorry, it's a little hard to read here. Maybe it's just my screen, but I'll zoom in a bit. This is from Bannon to Epstein, and he's describing the concept for the film. The film is 3 interwoven stories. the events of global capital markets / geopolitics from the 1980s till today, the drive of science to work through a basic understanding of the workings of man's immortality, the depravity of elite society, and the decline of the West, as told through the story of you. Now, this was not supposed to be something that made Epstein look bad. This was supposed to be like a redemption story for Epstein, where Bannon thought, in 2019, his plan was to make a documentary that makes Epstein look like a misunderstood, like, genius and hero and feminist, but use Epstein to talk about his connections to the global elite, global capital markets, geopolitics, and the depravity of this elite society. So who do you think that was going to be about? My guess is the Clintons, number one, the fucking, I don't know, Democratic senator, whatever. You got George Mitchell, all these different Democrats, or just anyone who Epstein could make look bad. Now keep in mind that list. Where was it? That list that he sent, or he was making for Bannon. Where was it? There it is. List for Bannon Steve. And all these people, a lot of these people have been accused. A lot of these people were accused by Virginia. There's Richardson, like Democrats. Is Clinton on there? I guess not. But still, I don't know. I'm trying to fucking put the puzzle pieces together, and it's hard. But okay, so that's how he's pitching it to Epstein. The film is 300 woven stories, yada yada. It's told through the story of you. Epstein writes him back. Does it have a happy ending? And then I think, is that like a wink? Quotation mark in a bracket? I don't know. I don't know if happy ending was like, does it make me look good, or does it have a happy ending as in getting jerked off after a massage? Seems kind of likely. Yeah, John Kerry's on that list too, and John Kerry has been photographed with Epstein's housekeepers. Junlin Fontanilla and Jojo Fontanilla have a picture of them with John Kerry up on their Facebook. Still up there to this day. Does it have a happy ending? Bannon says, yes, of course. But he doesn't seem to take it as a joke, which I sort of think it was. Yes, of course. But we must counter. So here it is. We must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. That's why we let them blow up the argument while showing the 12 you redeemed. What does he mean by that? Does it have a happy ending? Yes, of course. But we must counter the perception people have of you, which can't be redeemed. So we let them blow up the argument while showing the 12 you redeemed. I don't know what 12 is. Don't know what the 12 is. I mean, yeah, no, it's not really. I mean, it is a crazy one in that Kerry hasn't really gotten any fucking flack for his connection to Epstein. I haven't looked up his name. That might be an interesting one to see in the emails. Another time. Next stream, maybe we can get into that. But I know, what a thing to counter. How the fuck would they, like, this is a impossible fucking PR project, but it seemed like he thought he could do it. Like, I really believe Bannon thought he could use Epstein to do another Pizzagate and do another fucking like fascist takeover. And remember, Bannon's not just concerned about America. At this point in 2019, he's traveling the world. He's going to France. He's going to Germany. He's going to Italy. And he's trying to build up the fascist movements there too. Like, this was a global thing for him. This was a global far-right movement that Bannon was trying to start here. That's why he's concerned about geopolitics. He's not just concerned about U.S. politics. He's talking about global capital markets and geopolitics from the 1980s till today, the depravity of elite society, and the decline of the West. Like, this is like, it's so fucking insane. Like, it never would have worked. 12 he redeemed. Oh, that could be. Yeah, good call, Awo. Girls who got connected by high society, jobs through him. That could totally be. Like, I wonder who those 12 are. I wonder who those 12 are. Maybe that would be worth looking into with Bannon's text if they talk about 12. Yeah, he tried to do a bunch of shit. In Europe. I don't think he was super successful, but we'll see some other emails about him in a second where he's talking about meeting with like Le Pen's people in France and stuff. But anyway, sorry. So he's talking to Epstein here. We're going to redeem you. Show the 12 you redeemed. Can't redeem unredeemable. Again from Bannon. Can't redeem unredeemable. You are a lot of things, which we will show, but you are not that. And then he texts him again. Did you get the film we shot? So this is, I guess, after the interviews. So maybe the interviews were... So, okay, I'm trying to piece this together, right? Because Michael Wolff said Epstein never would have signed off on those interviews being used in a documentary. Epstein never expected those interviews to see the light of day, blah, 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 all that shit. But maybe, like, if he had enough assurances from Bannon, if Bannon's like, obviously I'm not going to put in stuff that makes you look bad. And I mean, the interviews themselves were designed to make him look good anyway, right? He was practicing for a 60 Minutes interview that Bannon wanted him to do to be like, I'm not so bad. Okay, I made a couple mistakes, but hey, what do you want from me? I'm a Jeffrey Epstein over here. I'm a good guy. I like science, you know? So like how bad could they be for him really? And from the way he's pitching this documentary, it sounds like he was going to make Jeffrey into a good guy, but all of his connections, or the ones that were useful to Bannon, he would make them look like the depraved global elite. Like fucking like the QAnon Pizzagate understanding of the elite is brain dead. It doesn't, it's stupid. It doesn't make sense. But yeah, it's, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he could have convinced them. I like QAnon people believed dumber shit than that. But God, I feel like it would have been such a fucking leap for them because those people love that Clinton is connected to Epstein. They talk about Epstein a lot. Epstein got brought up in a lot of the Q drops, Pizzagate, although I think a lot of the people in the Trump administration tried to tone down the Pizzagate Epstein stuff. Obviously, Epstein was like a central part of it. Yeah. Who knows what Epstein's endgame actually was? He was clearly using him as someone close to Trump. Yeah, maybe. I get the sense that they genuinely liked each other, though. Let's get into more stuff here. So they were doing fucking shit, right? They're like someone said this earlier. Like Epstein was making moves. Here's some moves that Epstein and Bannon were making. In Slovakia, Bannon emails a Politico article about Trump war powers. I don't know. I didn't look at it, but Epstein emails back. Yes, I saw it. I'll invite Jerry Baker to our dinner tonight. To Miro Lajkak. Miro Lajkak. So this is I don't exactly know how to say it. It's probably not like, I'm saying it like it's like large cock. Miro Lajkak. Lajkak. Not sure how you say that. This guy is a Slovak politician and diplomat, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Slovak Republic. Now, this guy is big deal now, but at the time, I don't think he was that big a deal. 2018? Oh, no, he was a big deal. Okay. President of the UN. So Epstein says to Bannon, he will guide the EU project if you like him. His government will fall this week as planned. This, like, you thought the other Bannon Epstein shit sounded like cartoon villains? Look at this shit. His government will fall this week as planned. Smiley face. 3, later today we can discuss Michael and his coins. What? 4, Sultan, Dubai, and New York. And then he comes back. What time's dinner? See, Bannon, what time is dinner? Do you want me to come over beforehand? 3 question marks. His government will fall this week as planned. Well, that did happen. The government of Slovakia fell that week. The prime minister resigned after a journalist was assassinated, and the whole government fell. And that guy, Miro Lajkak, well, I mean, let's just check on that. What did happen? Did I not put the link? Hang on. Slovakia's prime minister resigns after death of journalist. All right, yeah. Here's an article about it. Slovak prime minister. No, I don't want notifications from YourActive.com. Prime Minister Robert Fico resigned. President Andrzej Kiska has asked blah, blah, blah to form the next government. Anything about Miro is what I want to know. Miro. No, nothing about Miro. Okay. Well, what if I put it Miro in the search? Did Miro? What happened to Miro after that? Miro. And let me put Miro in quotes because I do want that to be included. Oh, there's another Miro. Oh, the journalist's name that got killed was Miro? Okay, that's going to be tough. Miro Lajkak. He's got a Lajkak. Miro Lajkak. Oh, nothing? Okay, I don't know. But anyway, it's pretty scary. These guys are pretty scary. They're talking about this shit. Like, it actually sounds like they are the fucking evil people that control the world. The way they're talking to each other. Okay, this one, oh God, this one's hard to read. But here we go. Here's a bunch, and I think I put them in order. And this is Epstein, it seems like, trying to hook Bannon up. Okay, trying to get Bannon some female company. I imagine Bannon, despite being like an incredibly wealthy, powerful guy, still struggles with women. Let's remind ourselves what Bannon looks like. Bannon. Here, where's a good photo of the guy? Actually, that one's not bad. This guy is one of the least photogenic people. Especially when photographers love taking like extreme close-ups of the guy. But like, I mean, look at this. This guy's fucking like leathery fucking skin. Jesus. Yeah. Bannon, the war room. There are no conspiracies, but there are no coincidences. Stephen K. Bannon. Well, you would know Jeffrey Epstein's best friend that they fucking orchestrated European politics, downfall of governments together. How dare you be a conspiracy theorist? You're a fucking conspirator. Where are the DM Collins comments? Wait, is DM Collins in the chat? I don't see. I'm not even seeing them. Oh, wait, is it because I'm not on live chat? Oh, fuck. No, I'm sorry, DM Collins. For some reason, I've been totally into. Why would that? I'm sorry. DM Collins, I'm gonna make you a mod. I'll make you a mod. Hang on now. That seems to be the only way that I can fix it. Okay, one sec. DM Collins. Bow. Oh, God. D. Collins. Sorry. Give me a second. This is important. 1501. DM Collins. The only way that I can figure out. Okay. DM Collins, can you do me a favor? And go to like one of the videos on this channel and just like comment on it. Just like say anything. Just be like, whoa, cool video. This is the best or something like that. You know, just like any random sort of words. And that way I can go to your channel and I can make you a mod. I don't know how else to do it. And I don't know how to figure it out from here, but we'll do it. We'll figure it out. Yeah. I don't know why for some people it just blocks you and you can't be seen in the chat. I don't know. Fucking OBS, I don't know what's up with it, but I think it's its fault. Yeah, weird. Okay. Sorry about that, gang. Let's get back into it. But yeah, DM Collins, let me know when you did that, and we'll make sure that you get access. Okay, where were we now? Okay, so Bannon, is this Bannon? No, yeah, this is Bannon. Messaging Epstein. He says, "Can you let our friend know I'm heading over tonight?" Epstein says, "Do you mean your Paris lunch friend?" Bannon says, "Yes." Epstein says, "Done. Paris lunch friend. Let our friend know I'm heading over tonight." Someone he had lunch with in Paris. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming it's a girl, but I guess it could be like a political connection of some kind. I don't know. All right, next one. Oh, this is way easier to read. Okay, great. This is 2019. This is like a year later. Epstein messages Bannon, Do you have time for a coffee or meal with our girl?" Bannon says, "Would love to either. Would love to either." I'll give him like the evil demon voice. "Would love to either. She is in town." Epstein says, "Yes, she's agreed." Bannon, no, this is also Epstein. "Not only do I do F&B, I believe that stands for food and beverage, but now a matchmaker. Not only do I do F&B, but now a matchmaker." He's like giving him lunch or whatever. He's like providing him lunch. I have seen people think maybe F is financial crime and B is blackmail. Not only do I do financial crime and blackmail, but now I'm a matchmaker. But no, I believe that's food and beverage. And then Epstein sends, "It's like Bogart and Hepburn on The African Queen." I gotta say, texting Epstein has way better speller. I guess it's like the autocorrect on his phone or whatever. But like, god damn, way better than that. So this is another one from Epstein. Yeah, this is from Epstein. And wait, let's look at the date here. Does it say? Yeah, 3/16/19, and these were 5/16/19. Okay, so shoot, I guess this was before that. Sorry, this is before that. This one says, I thought I put these in order. I guess I was just confused by the date system that Americans use. "Our girl is going to reach out to you," says Epstein. Bannon says, question mark, question mark, question mark? "What? A girl? Oh." And then he sends another message. "Oh, the next future ex, Mrs. Bannon?" Okay, we got Epstein talking about being a matchmaker. Oh, the next future ex, Mrs. Bannon. Like, Epstein's, like, I don't want to say he was trafficking women to Bannon, but definitely seems like he was, like, setting him up on dates, at the very least. And now, I know, okay, listen, guys. I'm sorry to do this to you. I know you guys are all watching this, and you're like, "Oh, is Bannon gonna find love? Oh, I believe in love. Oh, there's someone out there for everybody. Even if you're evil and you destroyed democracy and you fucking look like a corpse that's been floating in a lake for weeks. Oh, anyone could find love. Anyone. And maybe it's silly, but I just hope that Bannon and this girl, like, I hope Bannon's nice to the girl, and I hope it works out for him." I know you guys are all thinking that, but no, that is not what happened, because this is the next message here. Bannon sends him, "She is way too classy for me. Plus, it would end her professionally." Oh, man. So I guess Bannon had a bad date. She was too classy for him. Great stuff. Bannon, the guy with the acid hot tub? That's right. Acid hot tub Bannon. Acid hot tub Bannon. That's what we say. That's what we're gonna do. All right. Thanks for the comment there, DM Collins. I am going to. Oh my god. Okay, now there's one last thing I wanted to show. Yeah, what is the acid hot tub story? Yes. Oh, somebody's asking about what's the channel y'all were playing on the intro. Yes, I can get that for you. Let me just do that while I do one thing real quick. What was her name again? AI. Was it Hazel something or that other? Hazel. No. Thayer? Hazel Thayer, was it? Yeah. No, I don't think that's right. No, that is right. Hazel Thayer. I'm not subscribed to Hazel. What the fuck? What the hell's going on here? Yeah, she's good. She's got some good stuff. We're gonna keep watching this video for just like 2 seconds while I figure out how to make DM Collins a mod, so that for some reason YouTube stops like censoring their free speech rights. Okay, 1 second here. I got a little fang here. How do I do this? Nope. There we go.
Equations. So better kill him. Yeah, the book, I read parts of it. It's mostly about sci-fi. This can't become another video
There's a link to her channel if you want to go subscribe.
where I'm just ripping on a shitty book, or else it's going to be like an hour long. Also, I was recently made aware of this idea of Roko's basilisk, which is the idea that there might be a super intelligent AGI someday, and it will be benevolent, but only to the people who helped create it. And to everybody else, it's going to punish them for not creating it. And this was actually originated on Eliezer Yudkowsky's website, Less Wrong, in the forums. And then he replied to it being like, this is stupid. Why would this happen? But Eliezer, my guy, is that not very similar to the motivations of the evil robots in your book? Just assigning them motivations that would then result in them killing all of humanity? Like, this is just a sillier version of your thing. Also, I'm editing and I realized I never said to like and subscribe, so maybe do that if you're having fun. And maybe consider hyping, whatever that is. I don't know what that is, but I guess it helps. Now, it's probably just a coincidence that all of these scenarios that they think up are just the logical conclusion of pure, inhuman, unregulated capitalism. As pointed out by the actually good sci-fi writer, Ted Chiang, consider who pursues their goals with monomaniacal focus, oblivious to the possibility of negative consequences. Who adopts a scorched earth approach to increase market share? This hypothetical strawberry-picking AI does what every tech startup wishes it could do. Grows at an exponential rate and destroys its competitors until it's achieved an absolute monopoly. Superintelligence could be anything, so why strawberry or paperclip AI? Why an AI that destroys humanity for optimization? Back to Ted Chiang, the idea of superintelligence is such a poorly defined notion that one could envision it taking almost any form with equal justification. A benevolent genie that solves all the world's problems, a mathematician that spends all its time proving theorems so abstract that humans can't even understand them. But when Silicon Valley tries to imagine superintelligence, what it comes up with is no-holds-barred capitalism. So now there seem to be two camps: the pro-AI evangelists and the anti-AI doomers, or at least that's what they want you to think. Because these bozos and these turbo bozos are actually on the exact same team. The team that makes them fabulously wealthy, lets them write government policy, and helps them afford their floating oil tanker countries where the age of consent laws don't exist. The AI death cult is just another...
Boom. All right. DM Collins, yes, you're a mod, and you're guess. Look who's on the big screen. Look who's made it. Looks like we made it. Hey, look how far we've come, my baby. You made it. You're here. You made it. Big town. Caterpillar becomes a butterface. Butterface. That's good. That's good. Really, really good stuff. Okay, gang. Okay, gang. No, before I get into the last thing, why not? Why not look at the Esquire article about Steve Bannon's hot tub? Why was Steve Bannon's hot tub allegedly filled with acid? Creepy AF. I mean, I would say it's because he needed to dissolve a body, right? Isn't that why you put acid in your bathtub? Because you killed someone and you want to destroy the evidence. What? That's a mystery? Pfft, I solved it. Washington Post reported a story on Saturday investigating counselor to the president, Stephen Bannon's legal residence, since no one really knows where he lives. In the course of that investigation, they uncovered something even more disturbing. A hot tub at a house where Bannon claims to live looked like it was filled with acid. Whoa. Okay. I mean, maybe that's just how he takes a bath. He is a demon from hell. Maybe he bathes in acid. I don't know. I don't want to judge. It's fine. It's cool that he was born into, spawned in the heart of pure evil. Like, that's just how you got to take a bath. Whatever. Hey, it's okay. I don't want anybody in my audience who does bathe in acid to feel like I'm personally attacking you. I think that that's valid. Because although Bannon signed a lease on a Florida home for that period of time, blah, 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 blah. The theory is Bannon claimed to live in Florida because the state does not have an income tax, allowing him to avoid paying taxes on his earnings by claiming to reside there. And then shit gets weird. The Post obtained a February 2015 email from Bannon's former landlord that read, "Entire jacuzzi bathtub seems to have been covered in acid." Awesome. The landlord also noticed that padlocks had been installed on interior doors while other doors were totally removed. "I'm out of town," Bannon responded. A likely story. "Is there any way you can talk with Diane and sort things out?" What the hell happened in Steve Bannon's bathtub? Yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, he killed somebody. Obviously. Look at this guy. You think, like, even if that's not what the bathtub thing was about, this guy's definitely killed people. He's Steve Bannon. What the fuck? His instinct upon meeting Jeffrey Epstein was to become best friends with him and try to rehabilitate his image. This guy is not a good, he's not a good guy. He's a bad guy. Maybe the tub has an automatic chlorine dispenser that works whenever it senses scum. And when he got in, it panicked. It was like, "We're going to need the extra chlorine. Sulfuric acid. And he was like, "Joke's on you. I love sulfuric acid. The sulfur reminds me of my parents' house. In hell." I bet that's what he said. Okay, listen, I don't mean to bully the guy. He obviously has a hard time dating. Even with the help of an amazing wingman like Epstein. No, the next future ex Mrs. Bannon? He almost seems like a hopeless romantic there. I mean, I say future ex Mrs. Bannon, but he believes in marriage. Temporarily. Oh, she's way too classy for me. Poor guy. Hey, that's true. Nobody's looked more like Vincent D'Onofrio in Men in Black than Steve Bannon. Boy. Okay. This one I just thought was funny. So I have a friend, Presidential Penis, who he's been on the stream before. We talked about Anushka DeGiorgio. I actually just put that video up on the main channel finally after a long time. So go check that out if you want to hear our research into that. That's been vindicated now by some things that she said. But his theory is, he's like, I know everyone keeps talking about Epstein like he was a fucking genius with money and taxes and finances and the economy and shit. But I've just never seen anything that makes me believe that that's true, which I think is interesting. That's not a popular opinion, but he has sort of convinced me of that. And I found this email and I sent it to him right away. Epstein messaging his best friend Steve Bannon, 2018. He goes, Bannon wrote, "Can you get rid of Powell or really get rid of Mnuchin?" And then Epstein goes, "No, Mnuchin is okay. It's simple." Which I also, that's weird because it sort of seems like Bannon is asking him to get rid of people in the Trump administration. It's like, does Epstein have that ability? No, Mnuchin is okay. Or maybe he just means, do you have any compromise on him? No, Mnuchin is okay. It's simple. Oh, whoops. Oh, God. What the heck? Why did it do that? Okay. No, Mnuchin is okay. It's simple. 15 years ago, the geriatrics understood that the internet was like telephones, connections only. Then my nerds taught them that cyber is a weapon. Same with the Fed. It's a weapon to be used with sophistication. Inflation is a concept from the 50s, before the internet sent instantaneous info around the world. So dumb. And it's like, wait, is Epstein saying that inflation is a concept? Is he saying that inflation isn't a thing anymore? so dumb. Oh my God. Like he spends too much time around teenage girls. He started to like talk like them. He's like, oh my God, inflation is fucking totally grody. Oh my God, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Inflation is blah. Inflation's like the worst. Seriously. I don't know. I don't know how teenage girls talk really. I guess that's not really a Gen Z thing. Inflation is like low key fucking. What's a thing that people say right now? What it means bad? Everything I know means good. I only know the positive slang words. Inflation's like totally like goated. I don't know. Oh, MJF, let's just retract it. Fuck. MJF, go leave a fucking comment on one of my videos and I'll make you a mod. Easy. Easily done. Okay. And then there's this one. I thought this one was interesting too. The other one's funnier, but this is how we're going to end it. He's writing to Bannon. He says, Epstein is sending Bannon $30,000 in Amex gift cards. Or I think it much better that you have your own credit card and start building a good credit history so you can have money wired into your own account and no one gets to review what you do with it. I prefer you have total privacy. I just like it because it's like, it's Jeffrey Epstein giving Bannon like basic financial advice. Chugi, yes, thank you, Chiggy. Oh my God, inflation is fucking low-key Chugi. Inflation is like for fucking boomers. Inflation is not lit AF at all. Literally, inflation's like not even good. Everyone can pretend you can't see your messages. Excuse me. But yeah, guys, listen, this has been a long stream for me. I feel like I know in the what do you call it? Wait, before I do that, I want to put a button on this. And that's what I think about Epstein's financial shit. I ain't think he know nothing. I think Epstein's low-key chuggy AF. Okay. Now, putting it on goblin-only vision. I'm going to address the camera directly. Hey, Al, you out there in YouTube land. Thanks for tuning in to your close personal friend, your parasocial BFF. Chill Goblin. I almost said my full legal name, which I never have done on associated with this account. Too paranoid for that. But thank you for tuning in, and thank you for watching. I hope that was good. That is what I'm going to call the email mega stream. This is like quite a bit longer than my usual streams are. But yes, if you're not subscribed already, come on, please give me a subscribe. Give me a sub. Give me a sub, please. I need it so badly. Oh God. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you again soon. We have not finished talking about the emails. I am certain we were going to be talking about these emails for years to come. The way that we talk about the fucking flight logs and shit now, but on an even more intense level, because this is not just witness testimony. This is fucking like really, really powerful evidence from the fucking horse's mouth, from the horse face's mouth. Epstein himself and his fucking collaborators and his whatever conspirators. We're about to learn so much about this guy. We have just fucking tipped the fucking tip of the iceberg, milady. Oh, thanks, DM Collins. You're the best. Thanks for the fix. I'm glad. I don't need to fix you guys because you guys are already perfect. Okay, I don't know, whatever. That's all I got. Yeah. Finland is exactly right. There is so much to analyze. We're just getting started here. Fucking, I am so excited. Hopefully some people will eventually receive some consequences here because, my God, if any story proves how untouchable these billionaire elites are, it's this one. And we're already seeing some shit in Britain. Shit is happening over there. Prince Andrew, they took away his style, his main thing, you know? He's not allowed to wear cool fucking sunglasses anymore or this leather jacket or ride around on a skateboard. He's like, oh, what? Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm trying to do a British accent and a whatever skateboarder voice, and it's not working for me. Horse is a good YouTube channel? Well, check it out. Guys, I don't know. I guess at this point I'm just rambling, but yeah, thanks for watching.